on education for sustainable development, promoting climate action through education. I am Fleur Newman, Action Empowerment Unit Lead at the UN Climate Change Secretariat, and I'm pleased to moderate today's discussion. To begin, I would like to provide you with an overview of Action for Climate Empowerment Agenda and the global status of climate change education. Action for Climate Empowerment is the international framework under the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement for how countries, regions, and local communities can engage on climate change education, training, public awareness, public access to information, public participation, and international cooperation on these issues, with children and youth a cross-cutting focus. Implementation of all 6 elements is foundational in solving the complex challenges presented by climate change. We need everyone to be involved, informed, and contributing to the urgent transition we need to low carbon, just, and climate resilient economies and societies. Action for Climate Empowerment, or ACE as it's known, is an important part of achieving a healthy, safe, and just future because it's not for nations alone. It takes all segments of society. ACE provides the framework to educate, empower, and equip everyone to understand that addressing climate change can also help us address some of humanity's other big challenges. Climate change is tied to poverty, to equality, to clean air, to biodiversity, to everything. Education and training are also the foundation of the just transitions that are required to move to the low-carbon, climate-resilient economies and societies I referred to before. Not only in obvious sectors such as renewable energy, but we need curious, clever minds turned to decarbonising public and private transport while making it more equitable, rethinking urban and built environments, redesigning food systems, strengthening the resilience of our health systems, and redirecting capital, among many other things. This starts with quality education that integrates climate change across all curricula, from economics to civics to science to arts and beyond. It starts in kindergarten, building through primary, secondary, and tertiary, as well as vocational education. And we need to normalise lifelong learning in different formats because the climate emergency will continue to create firsts and unprecedented events. So for us all to thrive, we will need to be adaptable and agile. While technological solutions are undoubtedly needed, so too are solutions to address the urgent shifts in understanding and acceptance of the changes in our behaviour that the climate emergency demands. And to provide us with some greater insights into what we're talking about when we're talking about climate change, I would like to invite Mr. Carlos Fuller to speak about his research and experience when it comes to global warming. Mr. Fuller was recently appointed Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Belize to the United Nations. Mr. Fuller is a meteorologist. His previous positions include Chief Meteorologist in the National Meteorological Service of Belize and International and Regional Liaison Officer at the Caribbean Community Climate Change Centre. He has represented Belize in the international climate change negotiations for the past 30 years. He was awarded the George Price Lifetime Achievement Award for Emergency Management and the Officer of the Order of British Empire for Public Service. Carlos, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fleur. We began deploying weather instruments such as rain gauges, thermometers, barometers, and anemometers around the world around 1875. These instruments measure rainfall, temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, and wind to track severe weather and to support weather-sensitive activities such as agriculture. Mariners also recognized the importance of weather to shipping, so they also mounted weather instruments on their vessels. With the advent of aviation in the 20th century, we began to gather weather data such as wind, temperature, and pressure from the atmosphere. Weather balloons in the middle of the last century provided more systematic monitoring of the upper atmosphere. Finally, in the 1960s, satellites enabled us to monitor the weather remotely over land and sea from space. When we look at this long time series of weather data, we can see that the average global temperature has risen by approximately 1.2 degrees Celsius since 1875. If we look at proxy data from tree rings, ice core samples from the Arctic and the Antarctic, from cross-sections taken from coral reefs and stalactites in caves, this level of warming is unprecedented in the past 1,000 years. In Belize and across the Caribbean, our reliable data commences around 1960. Since that time, we have recorded an increase of 1 degree Celsius. The warming of the atmosphere has had other effects. Sea levels have risen because warm water expands, and terrestrial ice, such as glaciers, have melted, and additional water has flowed into the oceans. Warming has not been uniform. Some regions have warmed more than others. Seasons have changed. There are now more extremes, such as intense rainfall events, and longer, more severe droughts. Global warming has resulted in climate change. Did we trigger this phenomenon? Meteorologists have long recognized that the climate changes. That is why the climate is always defined by the previous 30 years of weather data. That is, the average temperature of a location is the average of its last 30 years of daily temperature. The energy from the sun drives the weather on the Earth. But the energy from the sun is not constant. Sometimes the sun is very active and generates more energy, and at other times it produces less energy. Spot activity is one of the signals of the sun's activity. The orbit of the Earth around the sun is also not constant. At one period, the orbit is more circular, and at others, it is more parabolic. The tilt of the Earth's axis is also not constant. It changes by approximately 6 degrees from one period to the next. The Earth also wobbles about its axis. All these factors causes the Earth's climate to change, but that change occurs at 40,000-year intervals. So let's look at the composition of the atmosphere that encompasses the Earth. It is approximately 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 0.9% argon, and 0.1% other gases. But that 0.1% is very important. It is made up of the so-called greenhouse gases such as carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. The sun radiates primarily shortwave energy. This passes through the atmosphere and strikes the Earth. The Earth warms up and then re-radiates this energy as long-wave radiation. This warms up the atmosphere and makes life on Earth possible. Without these gases, the planet would be too cold and would not sustain life. 300 years ago, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was about 200 parts per million. Now it is twice that, over 400 parts per million. At the dawn of the Industrial Revolution, humans began burning coal and petroleum-based products for energy and heat. This generated carbon dioxide. Forests were cleared for agriculture and open spaces for urban growth. And when those trees decayed, they also released carbon dioxide. Humans began eating more meat and domesticated cattle. These generate methane when they digest their food. That methane goes into the atmosphere. We are also consuming much more rice, another major emitter of methane. As we mechanized agriculture, we began to till and plow the fields. This released nitrogen oxide from the ground. We also began to use fertilizer to replace the nitrogen released. This also went into the atmosphere. We have changed the composition of the atmosphere. 300 years ago, the Earth's atmosphere system was in radiative balance. Now, because of our activities, we are trapping some of the energy resulting in global warming. So what is the threat? Think of the Earth like a pot of water. If you apply some heat to the pot, the water warms slowly and bubbles. If you apply a lot of heat, the pot boils quickly. This is exactly what we are doing to the planet. We have intensified the hydrological cycle. Some parts of the world are getting more rain, while other parts get less. The intensity of the rainfall has increased in some areas, and droughts have become longer and more frequent in others. The warmer oceans and seas are generating stronger hurricanes, and it seems as if the hurricane season is getting longer. Human and economic losses have risen because of these extreme events. In the oceans, the warmer water is triggering more frequent, prolonged, and intense episodes of coral bleaching. Sea levels have risen, and with the intense storms eroding and inundating beaches, salt water is intruding into the coastal aquifers and salinizing agricultural lands. Mangroves cannot cope with the rising seas and are dying. The ocean is also absorbing the carbon dioxide and is becoming more acidic. All these factors are affecting marine life, including the seafood on which many people depend. The mainland has not been spared either. Warmer temperatures and unreliable rainfall are reducing agricultural yields and increasing infestation by pests. Warmer temperatures increase evaporation, resulting in more droughts, desertification, and land degradation. Vector-borne diseases are increasing as a result of the warmer temperatures. Incidences of malaria, dengue, and Zika are increasing as mosquitoes now breed and reproduce more quickly. Terrestrial ecosystems are not able to adapt to the warmer and more chaotic hydrological cycle either. Some plant species are giving way to others. The insects, birds, and animals upon which these depend are then affected. In the Caribbean, we have witnessed unprecedented episodes of coral bleaching. Rainfall is decreasing, and droughts are increasing in frequency and intensity. The region is now experiencing more intense hurricanes of categories 3, 4, and 5. In the past few years, these have devastated Antigua and Barbuda, the Bahamas, Cuba, Dominica, the Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Haiti. Dengue is almost a yearly event in many islands. The net effect of climate change is economic, environmental, and cultural loss. And with each passing day, year, and decade, the rate of loss accelerates. So what can we do to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius? Humans triggered climate change, and we must fix it. This means reducing emissions of carbon dioxide from the energy sector by eliminating coal-fired plants, phasing out petroleum-based power plants, and replacing them with renewable sources of energy, such as biomass, hydropower, ocean, solar, and wind. Electric vehicles charged with renewable sources of energy must replace the internal combustion engine. Buildings must become more energy efficient, and alternate construction materials must be used to replace cement, which generates considerable carbon dioxide in its production. Agricultural practices must be modified to incorporate practices such as shallow plowing and tilling, and using fertilizers more intelligently. Weather-smart agriculture must be practiced, increasing yields on existing fields and halting deforestation. We must reduce our consumption of materials and practice much more repairing, reuse, and recycling. The Caribbean is leading the way in many areas. Barbados has pledged to become carbon neutral by 2030. Belize has banned offshore petroleum exploration. Dominica plans to become the first climate-ready nation in the world. How can education support this? These changes can only be accomplished by an educated society. Education must occur at the formal and informal levels. At the formal level, this should be at the grade school, high school, and university levels. National meteorological services must publicize and explain the changes they are recording. Weather presenters must make climate change a part of their daily weather reports. The sectors being impacted by climate change must explain the changes they are seeing and what they are doing to adapt to these changes. These include agriculturists, city planners, coastal zone managers, land use managers, public health authorities, and water managers. The adaptation and mitigation measures must occur at the national, municipal, family, and personal levels. This can only occur if we have a climate-educated society. I trust I have set the stage for our panelists to delve more deeply on how we can educate our population to address the challenges posed by climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for providing us with a comprehensive overview of the reality of climate change and the specific impacts and solutions for Belize, the Caribbean, and countries and communities around the world. Now I would like to invite Ms. Farid Hassan Muhammad Ali and Ms. Morrison to our first panel discussion, which will focus on education's response to these challenges. Ms. Aisha Farid Hassan Muhammad Ali is a community and social services specialist at the Ghazi El Ghosaibi Secondary School for Girls and UNESCO ASP.NET School Coordinator in Bahrain. Ms. Farid, Aisha, throughout your coordination of UNESCO Associated Schools Network project, you have implemented several projects that gained huge popularity within your school, such as the Secret Garden for SDGs, which is a successful example of this whole school approach to implementation. Could you please tell us more about this experience?
Assalamu alaikum. In the beginning, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you all and the National Commission of Bahrain for offering me this valuable chance to share my experience in responding to global challenges through education for sustainable development in formal settings. Through my work as UNESCO ASP.NET coordinator in a government high school, I was responsible to develop and to transform my school into a climate-friendly institution. And to achieve those goals, planning started at a managerial level, considering three main aspects: your own vision, SDGs, Bahrain Vision 2030, and school vision, where all they are focused on giving back to the community. This was the first step toward implementing a whole school approach to climate change, where planning focused on developing a sustainable cultural and educational experience across the entire school. The Secret Garden for SDG project is an example of successful implementation of the whole school approach to ESD that had a great resonance within school community. Teaching content and methodology, school governance, campus, and facilities, as well as cooperation with local partners and communities. There was an empty piece of land behind the school main building that went without noticing. And after long hours of brainstorming and idea generating, the ASP.NET team and management decided to make use of this empty area and transform it into the Secret Garden. Garden came from the idea of stir up curiosity, highlight the hidden treasure we had around us, and enable the student to develop new skills to serve back their society, their country, and the world. The Secret Garden was divided into sections that are each educational subject, and paperwork was converted to tangible activities, such as creating moral artwork, handicraft from wasted materials, growing mini gardens and eco-walls, recycling wasted water, and planting of local spices. The project also encouraged students' social entrepreneurship through selling the fruits and vegetables that were planted by them to the school's community. In addition, a UNESCO code was created to engage all the students in the project. The idea of the code is to support the garden, where each student was assigned to one SDG and is expected to read and research about it. On the other hand, UNESCO code is also helping organizing several school competitions related to the garden by using the code to classify students into teams. Moreover, the code is also distributed to the teachers in the classrooms for the curricular, co-curricular, and extracurricular activity to enable extra support to the students. The Secret Garden brought the school community closer together, enhanced global knowledge, and addressed global issues in general. It is important to promote climate change education by integrating climate change in educational curricula and programs. Additionally, a board, virtual and real one, was launched in the school to keep all the school members progress. The bulletin includes announcements of upcoming events and activities in the garden, share the latest climate challenge issue around the globe, and repost international educational content that address global issues. Educating future leaders in areas such as climate change and sustainable development is essential to increase the awareness of their role as a global citizen and to develop problem-solving, critical, and creative thinking skills. The school is a key actor to empower people with knowledge, skills, and values to tackle climate change and act towards sustainability. But it cannot work in isolation, as there are factors outside the school that will influence learner level of engagement and success. cooperation with local partners was a fundamental part of the successful story of the Secret Garden. Parents' involvement in the project was very beneficial because they have the most direct and lasting impact on learners' learning and engagement in the school activities. The Parents' Committee was engaged from the early stages of planning. They were involved in all the stages of the project. They supported the project financially, physically, and emotionally by encouraging their children to give back to the community. In the end, the complexity of climate change called for cooperation, and working hand in hand, supporting each other is the main factor for success. I would like to thank our students, our schools, our communities, and the Ministry of Education for being supportive and making this project come true.
Thank you very much, Aisha. It really is very encouraging to hear that the project so successfully extended to include, and the students to include parents and the wider community. I would like to turn now to invite Ms. Sandra Morrison, who is an Associate Professor, Faculty of Marian Indigenous Studies, University of Waikato in New Zealand, to share good practices of climate change education in non-formal settings. Ms. Morrison is Indigenous Maori from the Te Arawa and Tainui peoples and presently the past president of the International Council for Adult Education. Sandra, your research and professional specialty seeks to apply Indigenous models in addressing developmental issues to improve livelihoods for Indigenous peoples and peoples of the Pacific. Could you please tell us more about your research project on climate change education?
Greetings, and it's evening here in New Zealand, and in the language of my people, tēnā koutou katoa. What I'd like to share with you is some research that I've been doing with young people in one of my tribal communities. And I guess there's three characteristics that I'd like to underpin first. One is to reiterate and affirm the dictum contained in Agenda 2030 to leave no one behind. Obviously very important for Indigenous communities because mainstream education has never really been relevant or appropriate to us. And in our communities, it's really important to have culturally responsive education that does have some synergy with the worldviews of Indigenous people and in our case Māori. And the other part of that is learning is more successful when it's done as a collective. The other couple of characteristics that I want to reinforce is for us, it's about returning to sustainability. Some of the practices that stood us well in the past can be brought back again to help inform our future and also help to offer some solutions to these complex problems. And in returning to sustainability, it's returning to be guardians. For Indigenous people, the association with the environment and the human is inextricably linked through spirituality, and those are some of the characteristics that I want to reaffirm. So we still have our places of learning, and you can see a picture of this on the slide. They are our meeting places where we come to celebrate our rituals, where we go to mourn, where we simply go to learn. And in our learning, intergenerational transmission of knowledge is very important. So we draw on traditional stories. And at the top of the meeting house in this particular community, which is at the top of the South Island, and the name of the meeting house is actually called Te Awhina to help and support people. But we have a figure who is a Polynesian navigator. And the traditional story was that he was the first human to reach the Antarctica. It wasn't the Western explorers. It was him. And he went there with others on his own voyage. And when he went there, he came through this particular community. So he is celebrated and he is remembered. And why I say that the Antarctica is important, because for us here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Antarctica is very much our barometer that indicates on what is happening in climate change because of its very, very special ecosystem. So what we have done with him is to repurpose this traditional story, elevate him as a climate change champion, to encourage participation from our young to be able to engage with climate change education. And in addition to that, we've also used performing arts, because performing arts is a very popular fora for young people to be able to gather and celebrate and storytell through song and dance in their own way. And using our Indigenous language as another leverage, of course, is really important. And so all of that combines into a culturally responsive pedagogy that really brings some meaning to support the learning, not only of the young youth who are involved, but with being a collective, all the families come along as well, because the learning takes place in these places of learning. So in my last minute, I'd just like to show you a small snippet of some of the education and also some of the performing arts that the children are doing. So if we can just watch for the video now, that will be great.
In Aotearoa, he is, Hui Te Rangiora is revered as one of those masters of navigation, master mariner, and he came our way. We've acknowledged him. We now sing about him. We compose waiata about him. We have children singing those waiata to remember him. So he's quite special.
And so as you can see, it's not only the song, but it's contextual learning, because you're right next to the ocean, so you can talk a lot more easily, of course, when you're in that environment. So thank you for allowing me this time. There's just a small insight into my Indigenous culture, the Māori people of New Zealand. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Sandra, for highlighting the benefits and, in fact, the imperative of climate change education being culturally responsive and relevant to different communities and the different ways in which we learn. Integrating and embracing different perspectives is essential if we are to, and we must, meet the Paris Agreement goals. So thank you. Before we move to our next panel discussion, we are going to provide an opportunity for some interaction. During this time, I would like to invite everybody to go to Slido, and that's slido.com, and enter the code #489132 to participate in our word cloud. And in one or two words, we'd like to know, how would you describe your hopes for the future of climate change education? And that code again is #489132 at slido.com. And in a moment, we'll start to see the results of your inputs. They'll be projected on the screen. Any moment now. Here we go. So what do we have? Big upfront is inclusive and relevant, what we were just talking about now. Climate justice, being action-oriented. And this is a very important point that gets re-emphasized, that we've had lots of time to talk and now is a time for action. youth empowerment and support for youth, and not only the youth empowerment and support to youth, but that the power of youth to also engage and provide inputs and solutions and to lead. So the hope being another important element. We are dealing with something which is challenging to face, but it is important that we have hope for a positive future and for being able to deliver on the solutions that we know are already available. Engagement of all people, contextualize. I really like that comment in the last presentation about the importance of context. And lifelong learning. So resilience, a word that is often used, but perhaps is not all that well understood. And it means different things to different people. But in this context, in the context of climate change, it does mean our ability to adapt and respond in a way that is useful for everybody and improves people's lives. It is urgent, absolutely. And also an important element of Sandra's comment, of Sandra's presentation about culture and art and the power of those elements in being able to educate us and help to make sense of what is a complex challenge. So, thank you very much for your contributions and your inputs. And I think many of the things that have been highlighted through your inputs will also be the subject or picked up by the presenters who are coming and those who've already presented. So turning to our next panel, I would like to invite our 4 panelists for a discussion on the challenges, opportunities, and the way forward for climate change education, viewed from your different perspectives, including civil society, youth, academia, and educators. During the discussion, participants can enter your questions through the Q&A function in Zoom. At the end of the session, we will select 2 questions from the audience. To start the discussion, I would like to invite Ms. Kekashan Basu, Connect Climate Youth Ambassador of the World Bank and founder-president of Green Hope Foundation, originally from the United Arab Emirates and currently based in Canada. Kekashan, you are the founder-president of Green Hope Foundation that works at a grassroots level in 25 countries, empowering young people, especially those from vulnerable communities, in the sustainable development process. You are a Forbes 30 Under 30, a peace and sustainability campaigner, and you are the winner of the 2016 International Children's Peace Prize. Could you please share your perspective on how to strengthen climate change education on the way forward?
Amazing. Thank you, Fleur, and good morning from Toronto, Canada. My work on mitigating climate change started 12 years ago when I planted my first tree on my 8th birthday. And since then, Green Hope Foundation, the youth social innovation enterprise that I founded after returning from Rio Plus 20 as a 12-year-old, has now engaged over 142,000 people impacted by climate change, as you said, in 25 countries, taking grassroots actions within those affected communities that have resulted in over 200,000 tree plantings, 238 community and coastal cleanups, recycling of over 250,000 kilos of waste, and we've planted more than 5,000 mangroves in Suriname, the Middle East, Indonesia, India, and Bangladesh. And these are frontline communities, vulnerable populations at the bottom of the economic ladder who face the impacts of climate change, even though they're the least responsible for it. So that is why it's so critical to work for climate justice by really addressing climate change, as some of our panelists have said before, from the lens of human impacts, addressing intersectionality with gender, inequality, health, migration, biodiversity, peace. And the threat of climate change is also exacerbated by the general apathy that surrounds it. And the common refrain has been that it's someone else's problem to solve. And at the crux of this lies a lack of awareness, not only in the global south, but also in our education systems in the developed countries where environmental education is still sadly absent from many school curriculums. So it is in this context that education for sustainable development plays such a key role, as it really facilitates that behavioral change while providing people with the knowledge and skills to think and act for a sustainable future. Now, using the concept of education for sustainable development, Green Hope Foundation developed an advocacy tool called Sustainability Academy, which is a novel learning platform organized by young people for young people. We train our members, some of whom are as young as 6, to conduct these academies, and this unique peer-to-peer engagement has proven to be extremely effective. Our ESD delivery uses innovative non-formal communication modes in our advocacy, such as art, dance, music, sport, drama, eco-fashion, writing, since most of the children we work with don't know English, some don't even know how to read and write. Their academies also incorporate STEM education. So armed with this knowledge, the academy participants venture out into their local communities, implementing nature-based solutions that lead to localizing the SDGs. For the past several years, we've been working in the Sundarbans, the world's largest mangrove forest spanning India and Bangladesh, using ESD to regenerate these fragile ecosystems involving local communities that had previously been depleted by pollution and human encroachment, really exposing the coastal communities to cyclones like Ayla and Amphan. Now, during the pandemic, we've been working in a cluster of 10 COVID-impacted villages in rural Bangladesh that have also been ravaged by unseasonal floods. And that is another example of how COVID and climate change have combined to disproportionately impact a marginalized community. So using ESD, we are implementing nature-based solutions that involve providing the residents with skills-based training on sustainable agriculture through organic seed production, clean water sources by building rainwater harvesting systems and deep bore tube bulbs, and the women are being trained on sustainable poultry farming. And similarly, we are integrating ESD to deliver a clean energy solution in rural Liberia, a region still without electricity. And our project Powering Education is installing solar panels in the only school as well as in all of the houses in the village, along with solar-powered streetlights. So with the advent of electricity, the girls now have safe spaces, and our ESD programs are training them on computer literacy that'll not only improve their employment prospects, but also provide a window to the world outside. Now, we implement ESD not only in situations where formal education systems are absent, it's equally effective in our programs here in Canada, where we partner with school boards, including the Toronto District School Board, the nation's largest, with 600 schools and 250,000 students, to really fill an important gap in the education system. Now, every single person, almost every single person in Green Hope Foundation from our 25 country chapters is a young person. And despite all of the challenges, from funding to threats to our lives to this pandemic, we are making a difference every single day. And we always say that if we can do it, so can you. This is one battle that requires everyone to act, and only then will we achieve climate justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kekishan, for these inspirational examples and of innovative solutions to climate change that are addressing climate justice. And as you clearly demonstrated, climate change provides a unique opportunity for us to address existing inequalities experienced by marginalized communities, and partly by applying an intersectional approach. And on top of that, it's being led by young people. So thank you very much. Turning next to Ms. Margarita Gomez, who has been working in teacher training and professional development for more than 10 years in Colombia, regarding inquiry, science, teaching, and sustainability. Margarita, you are coordinating a Colombian pilot project which seeks to promote climate education in Latin America through the production and adaptation of educational materials and training focus on the local effects of climate change. From an educator's point of view, what do you consider the main challenges and opportunities on the way forward?
Well, thank you very much for having me here. I would like to talk about what teachers and educators face when they need to teach climate change in schools. We recognize that every person needs to know the basis of climate change. Is something that every citizen in the world needs to know to be able to make informed decisions, to really act on climate based on knowledge. But it's not that common that this topic is taught at schools, especially in Latin America. And there are many reasons for that. One of the reasons that we have seen in the project is that in many countries in Latin America, like Colombia, we don't have standards or curriculum references that really guide the teachers to know how and what to teach regarding climate change. It's a very big topic with a lot of science and economics and social studies involved. So sometimes it's too demanding for teachers to really know how and what to teach in climate change topics. So that was one of the first things that we tried to address with this project. And then we also saw that many teachers are not really confident with their own knowledge about climate change. Many of them in Colombia, they study, 10 or 20 years ago. And at that time, there were no subjects on climate change education at university. So many of them really have misconceptions like other people still have regarding how climate change is produced or the effects of how to act on climate change. And we try to address this by adapting and creating educational materials that guide the teaching as a model and also improve the pedagogical content knowledge of those teachers. This is part of the project. But unfortunately, what we have seen is that many of the resources are available right now and are really translated into Spanish. Many of them are in English. And most of them, they don't have local context example. As you mentioned before, it is important to understand climate change from our own realities. And it's not the same for someone that lives in the ocean or by the sea that for someone that lives in the mountain or in the rainforest. So it is important to be able to have examples that are really adapted to the context in Latin America. That's why we're involved in this project with the Office for Climate Education. This is a UNESCO Reference Center based on Paris. And what we see is that this is a great opportunity to create a community of climate change educators. We need to share experience. We need to share results, to share resources in Spanish, basically for Latin America, and to see how we deal with diverse countries with culturally and also climatic diverse contexts, because it's important to be able to address those diversity and to learn from different perspectives. For example, we have many indigenous communities that have evolved in different contexts, so they develop different ways to use, for example, the land or to deal with weather and climate in their systems. So it is important to create this community to exchange the experience and to work with schools, because we have seen in Colombia, I guess it's the same in many countries in Latin America, is that schools are in the core of many of the actions in the community. The schools are recognized by the community, they involve parents, they involve other people in the community. So we see the projects at school as the opportunity to really make a difference. And when we see that students use their knowledge, for example, in computer science to develop an alarm system for flooding, or they use their knowledge in science to develop organic fertilizers, we can help them to see that knowledge is the way we can fight against climate change and to act on climate and to adapt to the consequences. So I think it is important as educators to develop those innovation skills in our students to see the complexity of the problem, but also the opportunities of using knowledge to solve the problem and to adapt and to mitigate the effects of climate change. I'm convinced that this is important for us to to show the students that we can do things different, and teachers need to know how to do that. So that's why we're doing this project with Office for Climate Education, to develop resources to show teachers how to teach not only the content, but also the skills to innovate and to create solutions to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Really important point about if we want our students to have quality climate change education, we need to support our teachers to do so. And they're facing many challenges, particularly at the moment with the pandemic as well as climate change. So, and for me, the importance of what I've been referring to as radical collaboration, that we need to be really collaborating and sharing experiences, and this idea of building community through schools and education. So thank you very much for that. And before I turn to our next speaker, just a reminder that you can the participants can put their questions in the Q&A. If you can see the Q&A on the button on the bottom menu of Zoom, you can put your questions in there. So next up, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Alex Wilson from the Opaskwayak Cree Nation, who is the professor at the University of Saskatchewan in Canada. Alex is a collaborator on the monitoring and evaluation of climate change education, also known as the MECE project, and Sustainability and Education Policy Network. Could you please share your view on the challenges and opportunities for climate change education on the way forward from an academic perspective?
Right, thank you. Good morning. Tanse Wasana Santisnigasan, Pamaskatapa and Opaskwayak Ochinina. I'm here in the Opaskwayak Cree Nation, which is my home territory. And thank you for the invitation to present today. So I'm going to highlight some current research and also focus on movements within the Indigenous communities here in North America. So if this could bring up the slide. The first thing I wanted to highlight was the monitoring and evaluating climate communication and education project that you mentioned. And the contact information is on there, but this is a global partnership that focuses on climate change education. And just to note that in the fall, there will be 10 case studies that will be focusing on. So watch for that announcement if you have a school or community initiative that could potentially be a case study. And the next slide focuses on 2 reports that recently came out by the Sustainability Education Policy Network, and those that may be of interest to people as well. And most of my time here, I'll focus on the next slide, which is the importance of Indigenous land-based education. So as been mentioned by the previous speakers, there is an asymmetrical kind of power differential in the way that climate change impacts certain communities. And we know that Indigenous communities around the planet have been impacted in ways that have further marginalized not only our bodies, but also our knowledge systems. So Indigenous land-based education is I would say contemporary movement that's gaining more momentum lately, but of course, this is an ancient way of interacting with the land as an extension of our genealogy and our kinship and families. So it validates the principles of relationality and relational accountability. And this is all built into the language, into the Cree language for sure. It addresses epistemicide, which is the severing of land-based knowledge, and then it connects to the impacts of environmental racism. So, as was mentioned, an intersectional approach to understanding how we got to the situation that we're in, but also an opportunity for us to focus on or recenter Indigenous knowledge that has not allowed us to survive, but that has sustained us as Indigenous peoples for millennia before the time of memory. And then that, of course, supports communal climate change education efforts. This is what I'm really passionate about. I'm a land-based educator. We have a master's program at the University of Saskatchewan, and then we also have at UNESCO a committee on land-based education. This report that's highlighted here, Indigenous Land-Based Education and the COVID-19 Pandemic, was just released the other day. And what we did was we spoke with Indigenous land-based educators from across Canada and got their understanding and perspectives and experiences on how the pandemic has impacted land-based education, but also how people have been able to really use the unique circumstances of the pandemic to further land-based efforts, and of course to address how epistemicide is happening in our communities. So I just, if anyone wants a copy of the report, my email address is there, and I'd be happy to talk more about that with you. And the last slide I want to end with is this one, Indigenous Sovereignty is Climate Action. And I Don't Know More is a grassroots movement that started in Canada but spread across the world, really addressing the importance of Indigenous sovereignty and treaty rights, and also protection of the environment. So really an underlying emphasis of Indigenous land-based education and of many of our grassroots movements is the importance of recognizing that land protection is a primary aspect of who we are, and again, as a part of our relationality, but also our relational accountability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. And this point about the differentiated impacts of climate change, the fact that it exacerbates existing inequalities and marginalisation, is a recurring theme today. And your insights into the importance and relevance of Indigenous land-based education is a very important addition to the discussion today. So thank you. Our final panelist, before we move to Q&A, and as a reminder, the Q&A is there if you would like to ask some questions, Mr. Alberto Enrique Pascual Quiroz, the director of the NGO Foundation for Comunidad from Panama. Alberto, through the EDU Change project, you have been working with young people from secondary schools to address local realities to the global context of climate change through audiovisual production. Could you please tell us more about this initiative and share your view on the challenges and opportunities on the way forward?
Thank you very much. Greetings for all the participants around the globe. First of all, I want to thank UNESCO and the Federal Ministry of Education and Research of Germany for the invitation. The first point I will talk, it's about the context of the project. We implement in Panama the project called Edu Change. This initiative was developed in 3 municipalities with the largest population in the metropolitan area. Integrate 90 youths from a secondary school during his summer vacation and make in each local government a workshop of audiovisual production, where they were trained on the subjects of pre-production, production, and post-production, the 3 parts of the production. The methodology include classes in the morning and the afternoon, from Monday to Friday. And during the weekend field visit, we planning from each municipality where the youths show the topic related to adaptation and mitigation of climate change. For example, a clear energy production area, such as wind farm, protected area, transportation in the city, and the issue of water. The final task of the workshop was made a short documentary to address the local reality to the global context. It's tried to link the local with the global context, with of course of climate change. The outcomes of the project was a short documentary, was selected in several film festivals in USA, Italy, Sweden, and Honduras. A group of youth got a job after the workshop, got a job in television station in public and in private sector, and others become entrepreneurs to create their own business of audiovisual. From the challenge, the second point I will talk is the challenges. From my point of view, it's to build a strategic partnership with different stakeholders interested in education. For example, municipalities, the local government, and businesses. For example, generally only pressure it's placed on formal education, and contribution are left aside for another key actors. And my last point is the recommendation from the civil society is the boost of the interdisciplinary approach is a key. Because generate a wider space for more people play important role in education for sustainable development. Regarding this approach, this year, we present a new project called Story from the Summit. It's focused with the university students for any career to seek to create awareness of the role of mountain ecosystem, because mountain ecosystem is a key ecosystem for adaptation and climate and mitigation climate change, and the culture in Central America and Caribbean to highlight narrative with holistic vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, we're hearing a common theme here about the importance of context and an interdisciplinary approach, and the power of stories, and different ways in which we learn and communicate, and that this is part of education for sustainable development. So we're turning now to some questions for our panelists. The first question I have is actually for you, Kekashan. It's the question is, you mentioned that you're a peace activist. Do you also work in the area of nuclear disarmament, and how do you relate? And if so, how do you relate that to climate justice and education for sustainable development?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And absolutely, we do work on nuclear disarmament and linking that to climate justice and ESD. Now, at Green Hope Foundation, we recognize that, the climate justice and climate change and the fact that it disproportionately affects people and communities that are marginalized is sadly accepted as a fact, but the aspect of nuclear injustice actually remains hidden, and it's brushed under the rug, and that bears all of the hallmarks of colonialism and putting the lives of people, vulnerable, economically backward communities who are either low income, people of color, or indigenous, at risk from nuclear colonialism. So our disarmament education programs facilitate the engagement of young people specifically who have been largely ignored and excluded in this process for the last 7+ decades. And when we speak about climate justice, climate change and nuclear weapons, we talk about climate justice, and that includes redirecting resources towards those most affected by environmental and social injustice, because even in this day and age, we have people who don't have access to clean drinking water, but nations have enough money to waste on weapons of mass destruction. So we work on peace and nuclear disarmament education, climate justice education, so that people are aware of the destruction, how the destruction caused by climate change and nuclear weapons threatens global peace. And we do this by getting our voices heard from the United Nations. We also do this through our digital academies. Now, during the pandemic, we have compiled digital education toolkits involving children as young as from elementary school. We compose peace songs, and our most impactful campaign now has the tagline, "We want books, not nukes." So this is our call to action. And through education for sustainable development involving all of this, we want to empower children and young people, really bringing them to the forefront of the change-making dialogue, whether it's nuclear disarmament or climate justice, because at the end of the day, it's all of our future that is at stake.
Thank you so much. I think that clearly answered the question. So I'm now going to ask a question to all the panelists about what you think perhaps either your country or your community or your network, how could it better support the work you're doing on climate action, and what kind of support is needed for you to be able to do what you do? So I will start with Margarita.
Well, I think, as I mentioned, at least from the point of view of a teacher, I think we need more resources, more easily access resources in Spanish, and also with local examples. So teachers could use it at schools. It is very important for teachers to relate to the content, because we see a lot of resources in English from the United States or in Europe, but many teachers in Colombia don't speak English, and also it's not really something that we can adapt to our local reality. So we can use those resources into promoting, for example, the project that students develop at classes. So I think it's important to have more resources, more accessible to everybody in the world, and also maybe to involve students in those initiatives that our colleagues mentioned, that are more into social network or civic society, to involve beyond school. That would be my answer, to be sure.
Thank you very much, Margarita. Great answer. And yes, I think that this point about access to education resources being more broadly and widely available, and a variety, so that you do have the opportunity for context, which has come out very clearly in everyone's presentations. So I'll turn then next to Alex, and the same question: what do you feel that where could your country or your community or your workplace, what sort of support is needed in order for you to do your work more effectively, and what kind of support is that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think, as I mentioned in my presentation, like centering Indigenous knowledge is really key. And just to go back to the question that was asked of the panelists earlier, in this area, Manitoba and Saskatchewan, there's now the development of these small modular nuclear reactors that are posed as green energy. So I think that, and also using Indigenous communities as a place for storing nuclear waste, like the spent rods, etc. So I think there's a real need for people to share information and be knowledgeable about environmental racism and how it's impacting Indigenous communities, to address the increased corporatization of academic institutions as well, to increase efforts of in divestment in oil companies. And again, like in our region here, we're impacted by permafrost melting. We're impacted by clear cutting of old growth boreal, and we're impacted by the damming and changing of our river and waterways by the American corporation Ducks Unlimited and by Manitoba Hydro and Sask Power. So again, it's to really understand how all of these corporations play a role in damaging lands where in my own community, many of us still rely on trapping and hunting and fishing for our primary food source. So I think awareness is really important. And again, to understand the connection to racism, homophobia, and misogyny as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, again, everything is connected. And I think it's an important element of this is that climate change is a systems issue that needs systems change, and that involves looking at many different things and how they're connected. And and it's one of the reasons why under the Paris Agreement, Action for Climate Empowerment is made up of a number of different elements, including public awareness and public access to information and public participation, as well as education and training. Thank you. And so the same question to you, Alberto, to the extent that you feel that there could be more, you could be better supported either through your community or through your country, what kind of support might be needed in order to either make your work more effective or perhaps to scale it up?
Thank you for the question. I think that I'm agree with Margarita. We are neighbors from Panama and Colombia, and we are faced the same challenges and the same problems in this issue, because some of the material of climate change sometimes is not translated to Spanish. And for that reason, the youth, the schools are access for this material. They are only centralized in the city, in the big city, for example, here in Panama City here. But when you travel outside the city and to the mountains, the teachers, the NGO, the municipality, they really don't have this kind of material. And if wants to scoop the material, we need to improve and increase the resources in Spanish to get more people involved in this process.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask the same question of you, Kakishan. Is there anything your country or community or others could do to support what you're doing, and what sort of support might that be?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I echo what my fellow panelists have said, and from the perspective of a global social innovation enterprise such as ours, it would be very beneficial for stakeholders to understand how important it is to localize solutions in the SDGs and understanding the unique challenges that different communities face. And the Western hegemonic ways of thinking often propagate a one-size-fits-all solution that in most cases is extremely harmful to the communities around the world. We've seen that firsthand, and we've tried to rectify that in our own small way. And, we have to recognize local issues and thereafter implement local solutions. And I would also say that as a youth-run, women-led organization, grassroots organization, I'd say that funding is our greatest challenge, because it's still not seen as lucrative to invest in young people or even in women-led organizations. And something that I saw when I started Green Hope several years ago, and it still continues to this day. So investment in ESD and education in vulnerable communities and in our work on the ground is absolutely crucial if we want that to continue and really bring about positive change.
Yes, I hear you. This is definitely something that needs to be a focus, and it comes back to what we value. And funding things that are of value doesn't necessarily require a rate of return. So thinking about what the being able to visualize the benefit and the very many positive things that can come from education for sustainable development should in itself be a reason to invest. And perhaps that's a conversation for another day, but this is certainly an element that needs to be addressed. And so you've all spoken about this need for contextualizing and to make things as relevant to community as possible. So I'm just going to ask one final question of each of you, all the same question, about what you see, what one or two things specifically could make the difference in terms of bringing this to the local context. You've spoken about resources, but perhaps if you have something in mind in terms of what that would actually look like, and whether that's in all different languages, whether it's only, I'll leave it to you to answer the question, but thinking through, what one or two things would be necessary to bring it to the local context. And again, I'll start with you, Margarita.
Well, thank you. I was thinking about that because it is very important to really have the context, but it's also impossible to have all the context, all the possible context in some resource. So it will be huge and it will be impossible to use it. But I think it's important to really work with teachers and leaders and local leaders to be able to read the environment, to be able to really push in a good way those initiatives that come from the local perspective. Because, of course, I think that there should be more local example in the resources and the books and the materials. It will never be enough. It's too diverse. It's a world with too many perspectives and realities. So one of the things I think is very important is to really work on teachers and leaders to be able to see the things locally and to promote local initiatives to involve students and young people into participation. And that's something that although seems easy, is not really easy. You need to develop some skills, and sometimes teachers don't have those skills. So one of the things that we should do is to work with those adults to develop the skills to really promote local initiatives in young people and groups.
Thank you so much. And Alex, do you have anything to add to Margarita's very good summary there?
Yeah, I would just add that really a genuine recognition of treaty rights and sovereignty of Indigenous people, because in our community, our local context, we're impacted by colonial policy, and consent is a huge issue. So a lot of things happen in our territory without our consent. So I think, if people really did acknowledge and honor the treaties and Indigenous sovereignty, then that would make a huge difference. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Alex. And Alberto, anything to add?
Yes, thank you. I will add that that can be the language of climate change can be more easy for the people, the youth, the decision makers, and the people that understand perfect. That is it's another big challenge, and that's the thing that we need to work in to improve our project, because in all each countries we work hard from different perspectives. But the thing is that we need to improve and to try work hard in this issue, because if don't work in the language, the message don't reach at the right persons. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And yes, very important point. We all need to be able to understand what we're talking about in order for us to move forward. So that's a very relevant point. And we are now coming very close to, in fact, we have 1 minute left. So I want to say thank you very much to our panelists, to the ones that we see on screen now and the others who we do not, who've all provided us with really very useful and inspirational insights into the different perspectives and looking at education for sustainable development holistically and as a methodology for bringing us together and being able to come up with the solutions that we need to come up with together, learning from each other as well as learning from science. There are so many experiences that when shared can provide important lessons for all of us. So thank you very much, and thank you to UNESCO.
So we can start the session right now.
Good afternoon and good evening to all the participants of this particular session, session 8 of the UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. I am Zakri Abdul Hamid of Malaysia. I'm the founding chair of IPBES. Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of biodiversity is quite perplexing. As you recall, this issue gained international attention at the same time as climate change during the Earth Summit in 1992, when the Convention on Biological Diversity was signed by UN member states, along with the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. But all along, the issue of biodiversity has not been so well known as climate change. You recall in 2019, the IPBES released a report stating that 1 million species are under threat of extinction, 2019. And then in 2020, you recall, the IG biodiversity target was not achievable. So it is a worrying fact, really, when you consider that biodiversity is our web of life. So in that context, what we are discussing this afternoon or this evening is very visionary indeed. If we do not do something about it, the planet might be in danger. So ladies and gentlemen, today's session try to answer several objectives. One is to remind participants of the urgency of acting to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Second, to better understand the complexity of biodiversity as well as its interlinkages with other global challenges, in particular towards the 17 Sustainable Development Goal. And finally, is to encourage a willingness to take action with an underlying recognition of the crucial role of education. So education is really the clarion call if we are to save biodiversity on the face of the earth. And I have today a good slate of speakers who are going to tell us their views on the biodiversity and how education can play a central role to it. So without further ado, let me invite Professor Cho Jae-chun from South Korea, who would provide us a 15-minute overview of the challenges. Professor Cho, you have the floor.
Do you hear me? Okay. Thank you for your introduction. It's for everyone who is concerned about biodiversity across the world. It is great honor for me to share my view with you today. I'm going to talk about COVID-19 in relation to biodiversity importance. And I think COVID-19 somehow epitomized the significance of biodiversity protection. Could I have my slides? Next slide. As you know, even if you take it very conservatively, already over 160 million people have been infected and nearly 3.5 million have died. Next. Earlier this year, researchers of Cambridge University, UK, and their colleagues have published a paper that is very interesting, that somehow provide us a connection between climate change and COVID-19 pandemic. They found in the last 100 years, tropical bat species have moved into the temperate area. So there are a few new hotspots of bat diversity. Among them is southern China. They learned that in the last 100 years, about 40 new species of tropical bats have moved into southern China. As you know, each bat carries about 2 or 3 different types of coronavirus. So which means about at least 100 new strains of coronavirus have moved into the southern China. And perhaps that's how COVID-19 pandemic all began. The physical distance between ourselves and bats are getting closer and closer. Next slide. I myself is an ecologist, but I am also very interested in ecological application to social science. And early last year, I somehow defined this event as a business administration terminology, a blue ocean. As some of you probably know, that a blue ocean is a relatively new market that is free of competitors. So it makes it very attractive. If you look at this event from a virus point of view, it's a blue ocean. They're having their lifetime, in a way, lifetime success. Let me explain why. If we go back in our history about 10,000 years ago, then we were about to begin our agriculture. But if you go back by then, the biomass of entire human species was not that great. We were less than 1% of entire biomass of mammals and birds at the time. But now, 10,000 years have passed. Say we calculate our biomass once again, then you have to do 7.8 billion times maybe about 60 or 65 kilograms. That will give us a figure for biomass of human species. And then we have to add the domestic animals we grow, cattle and pigs and chickens and whatnot. Depending upon where you draw a line, for domesticated animals, the figure could vary quite a bit. So many of us have calculated this to be at least 96 to 99%. We comprise of nearly 99% of entire biomass of mammals and birds at the moment. This is an incredible inversion. We were less than 1%, but we pushed all other wild animals into 1 or a few percent, and we covered the entire surface of the planet Earth. This incredible imbalance in biodiversity has created this problem. I'm talking about here biodiversity as a species diversity, and at the same time, relative abundance. Relatively, we're too abundant in a way. This is concerning because this is not going to be the last time we're going to see this sort of pandemic occurring, unless we reduce our numbers drastically, or we increased the natural ecosystem wide enough so that wild animals can live much more comfortably. The virus and bacteria living on wild animals will continue to move to us in a way, us and our domestic animals. We need to restore this imbalance of biodiversity. Next. I'm going to skip a few more slides because I don't think I have time. Next. I'm not a Catholic, but I respect Pope Francis tremendously because everything he's doing is just incredible. In November 2019, about a year and a half ago, I guess, he declared ecological sin as the original sin of human species. He explained this way: we are all created by God. Then we are all same kind of creatures. But then among God-created creatures, one species, Homo sapiens I'm talking about, believes that he is strong, so that he destroys other animals and plants. And that scene is seen by the creator, and the creator would not be very pleased. So he is arguing that if that's not original sin, what would be? And about less than 2 months since this declaration, COVID-19 broke out. I think Pope was feeling something big is coming near us in a way. I think we need to listen to this great man. Next. Yeah. This time, you may feel very awkward for me to say this, but we are extremely lucky this time. Well, it used to take at least 10 or 15 years for a vaccine to be developed. But this time, somehow, we came up with very good vaccines within less than a year. This is incredible. I think this is a triumph of life science. The development of life science is saving us from this disaster. But next, we can't be lucky all the time. As I said, this is not going to be the last time we're going to have this kind of pandemic. It looks like we're going to have this sort of events again and again, perhaps much more frequently than ever before. So every time, if we just wait for the vaccines to be developed, we will probably have to go through that agony once again. So many people will die and the economy will collapse. So early on, I suggested that there are two types of vaccines we can readily get inoculated. there are behavior vaccine and eco vaccine. Behavior vaccine is like hand washing, mask wearing, and keeping social distance, that kind of things that very effectively protect us from getting infected. That's the kind of vaccine we can behaviorally apply. I think there is even better vaccine. That's eco vaccine, protecting us from blocking the virus coming out of the natural ecosystem and move into human world. I mean, right now, I'm not here to claim that I'm the first person in the history of a human being that came up with this idea. No, Jane Goodall and Sir David Attenborough, all these people have said this over and over again. They say protecting the natural environment is good for us, but we didn't listen to them. And that's how we got into this mess. Now, when I change nature protection to eco vaccine, you have to change too. You have to change your attitude. As you know, the vaccine to be effective, at least 80% of total population have been inoculated, right? So when I say eco vaccine, now you have to join in this effort of protecting natural environment. In other words, restoring biodiversity. Next. So I'm suggesting that we need to come out of our notion or belief that we are the wisest creature on earth. That's how we call ourselves, Homo sapiens, wise human beings. I don't agree with this. We may be very brilliant. We have a good brain, but I don't think we are very wise. We give up this notion and then somehow are born again as Homo symbios, the creature that is willing to share the earth with other living organisms. For that, I'm suggesting now it's the time to embrace ecological turn. We have experienced different types of turns in our history, linguistic turn, cultural turn. Yeah, we can think about technological turn or robotic turn, all kinds of things. But if we want to stay longer on this beautiful planet we call Earth, I think we need to come up with ecological turn. We need to restore biodiversity balance. We're living in my opinion, we're living in a new age of enlightenment. We need to educate youngsters and other general public so that we could treat our natural environment better than before. Perhaps COVID-19 is giving us a new way of looking at nature and new opportunity to reestablish the relationship between ourselves and nature. Now, I'm so glad to have this opportunity to talk about biodiversity restoration just after we're going through this enormous agony of COVID-19. This is, in some sense, a very good chance so that everybody can understand. And COVID-19 somehow is teaching us the urgency of our action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho, for your inspiring keynote. We'll have no question on that. I want to proceed with the next three speakers from different parts of the world who who would share with us some of the good practices on conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Let me proceed by inviting Mr. Virgilio Viana, the Director General, Sustainable Amazon Foundation. For your information, all the bios of the speakers can be found in the book or program. So, Mr. Virgilio, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It's my pleasure to participate in this event. I'm speaking from the middle of the Amazon, so nowhere better to talk about biodiversity than the Amazon, which is the hotspot of biodiversity globally. I'm currently the Director General of Foundation for Amazon Sustainability, which is the largest civil society organization in the Amazon. We're proud to have earned the 2019 UNESCO Japan Prize on Education for Sustainable Development. And my very brief message today to you here is that we have to stop deforestation in the Amazon as a key element of our challenge to meet the climate change crisis. And for that, education is key. And if I could have the next slide, please. I'm going to focus on the experience of FAS in providing education here in the Amazon. Next, please. The scenario that we have currently is that deforestation is driven by to move from a deforestation-driven economy to an economy based on standing forests. And in order to face this challenge or to meet this challenge, we have to develop new approaches to education so that young people in the Amazon don't move to town, but rather they stay and take care of the forest. Next, please. We need innovative teaching and learning methodologies and a radical change in curricula so that public education becomes more relevant to local reality of Amazon populations. Next, please. The experience that we have at FAS is that we need to develop education programs that are relevant to solve local problems and that are systemic in providing a view and an understanding of all the sustainable development goals. In order to do this, we have to focus on building infrastructure. This is one of the 9 forest education centers. These are small universities in the middle of the forest to educate on sustainable development goals with practical solutions. So the point I'd like to stress here is the need to make education in the Amazon for young people relevant to meet the challenges that they have in their daily lives. Next, please. We have a number of lessons learned in this process as we are a do and think tank. So we do more than we write or we make events and workshops. So we're focused on practical action, and we drive from this experience a number of lessons. And one of the lessons is that we have to work on 2 education streams. One is formal education, making all the way from early childhood development to elementary and high school and professional degrees, and complement that with arts and education that are relevant to solve problems such as mechanics, and end up developing human capital that is enough and sufficient to make forests worth more standing and cut. And these images on the right show an oil that is being produced by a startup company in the middle of the forest as an illustration of that. Next, please. And it's amazing how much we can accomplish by making a bridge between traditional knowledge of indigenous peoples of the Amazon with the most advanced technology that have in conventional universities. So time is short, and I'd like just to finish with some lessons learned. We have to improve infrastructure. The infrastructure in general is very poor in places all around the Amazon. We have to focus on technical degrees so that these young generations see a vision or see a future in the forest. Develop new and attractive projects. We have a fantastic project called Forest Journalists that adolescents are making videos and photographs and some of their reality. Tackle difficult subjects such as alcohol, drugs, prostitution, and in this regard, Pope Francis is always an inspiration, as was highlighted by our keynote address. And as I'm doing today, we're launching a university-level degree here in the middle of the Amazon, in this education center where I'm speaking from. So making that way forward so that these young generation have a perspective for high education. Next, please. And my time is very short, but I'd like to finish with, again, a message from Pope Francis. We don't have room for optimism, but we have an obligation to keep hope alive. And I'm one of those very hopeful that we can have a change for the good, not only in the Amazon, but in many other places, by focusing on relevant education for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Virgilio. That is really very interesting. Let's move on to Mr. Abdurrahmane Demi from Mali. You have the floor, sir.
L'étude de cas que je vais vous présenter aujourd'hui.
The case that I'm going to tell you about today is the PGRNCC, the Natural Resources Management in a Changing Climate project. The project was initiated by the government of Mali with the support of its development partners, particularly the World Bank, the IDA, the Global Environment Facility, and the Least Developed Countries Fund. This project is an innovative approach to sustainable development, which is based on an adaptation response, looking at managing ecosystems in 14 communes within 3 circles, 3 administrative departments in Mali, Nioro, Naro, and Banamba, which are respectively in the regions of Kulikuro and Kai. The project aims to increase the resilience of the communities and the resilience of ecosystems for the long term in order to reduce their susceptibility to climate variability and climate change. The project involves 3 components. First of all, there's know-how management, governance, and communication. The second component is scaling up good management practices for land management. And the third component is coordination and monitoring. The coordination of the project is carried out by the Environment and Sustainable Development Agency in Mali, which is supported by the technical assistance from partner structures, the National Water and Forest Department, the National Livestock and Industries Department, and the National Agriculture Department. And this is with a view to incorporating sustainable development in all these activities. The thinking behind the project is that education for sustainable development, for the environment, is a way of creating synergies between all the different stakeholders, so that there can be environmental, social, and economic benefits, as well as for benefits for the well-being of local people. The project is designed around three main strategic levels. First of all, in schools. In schools, teachers in the education activity centers have had training in climate change, biodiversity, and desertification in order to integrate these subjects into school curricula and into basic school programs. The second strategic level is formed by the functional literary centers. There, newly literate people with their teachers can raise awareness and receive training about a sustainable development approach, which involves water management and land management. The newly literate students can therefore understand the thinking behind sustainable development education. The third strategic level is for producers on the ground. Here they learn about climate change, biodiversity, and desertification. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Deme, for your clear examples of some of the things that are being done in Mali. Let me now proceed to the third speaker from Egypt, Dr. Ahmad Adli, who's going to talk to us about some of his experiences in what he is doing in Egypt. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this session, I'm going to represent not only Egypt, but my NGO and my network is working in the Arab region, Arab-speaking countries. And I'm trying to highlight here some of the good practices that we have in the region. Next, please. We have been very much focusing on the issue of ethical principles in our work with the young people. And for this reason, we have established a partnership with the UNESCO Regional Office for Science and Technology, which is based in Cairo for the Arab region. And we have trained 50 university students from 5 universities in the country. We have been trying to establish small networks of young people on how to link, ethical, as I said, the ethical principles to the issues of climate change and biodiversity. Next, please. We also made the link between the COP14, which was organized in Egypt in Sharm el-Sheikh in 2018, and also to prepare, and while Egypt is taking the chairmanship of the COP until COP15, which is will be held in China next November. We still are building on the network of young people and youth in the different fields in the country, and we have now facilitated more than 320 young people to be actively participating in the process. Next, please. Here I'm putting a focus on the priority issues on biodiversity. We are talking about issues related to marine, issues related to sea turtles, issues related to terrestrial ecosystems, the issue of hunting and issues of migratory birds. That is also very much a challenge in the region. The triangle of youth, science, and the biodiversity, these are all things that we are bringing to get the youth involved and to link the science and biodiversity into issues of policy making and so on. We are also doing a lot of work on and to face the challenges of the protecting the marine life. Next, please. This is an example of how we could establish a dialogue between the stakeholders. We established the Egyptian Sustainable Development Forum. This forum brings all the stakeholders from the different backgrounds, from government, from private sector, from academia, from the parliaments, and they together discuss the link between biodiversity and the different policies. The whole idea is to establish a kind of mainstreaming process for the biodiversity in other policies, and we were still focusing on the youth, and this is why within the ESDF, within the Egyptian Sustainable Development Forum, we were able also to establish a network of youth under the name of Egyptian Youth Forum for Sustainable Development. Next, please. Here's how we are doing the good practices. We are trying to do the 5 things: awareness raising, also highlighting the local culture and trying to link between the local knowledge and the biodiversity challenges. We are also bringing the young researchers from the universities, and we want them to be in the process of discussing policy reforms in relation to biodiversity. We also organize field visits so young people can see exactly what we are talking about, not only in videos, but also to get in touch with the protected areas and with the biodiversity they have. And of course, the most important thing is to have the youth involvement in the whole process. Next, please. Now we are working on the preparation for the COP15, and to do this, we are preparing with the Academy of Science in Egypt on the preparation for the COP15, and we are organizing an international conference of nature and natural resources. And I would take this opportunity to invite our participants here. If they want to know about the conference, it will be organized between the 28th and the 31st of August 2021, in about 3 months from now. And we would like to have also to exchange experience with other good practices from other regions and to learn from the different and the lessons learned from the different regions. Next, please. Here is our contact for the organization, but I would like also to close with the idea that we are very much building on the role of youth, but this does not mean that we are ignoring other stakeholders. We are trying to have the youth involvement is one of our focus, but this also linked very much to the stakeholder engagement from the different stakeholders, especially communities, vulnerable communities, and also areas, the hotspots from the different parts in the region. I thank you very much. Back to you, the Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adli. Thank you very much. I have three more speakers. I'd like to invite them first before doing Q&A with the audience. Let me invite Ms. Grace Shimpaka from the Republic of Congo. Madam, you have the floor, please. Grace, are you there? Are you mute?
Désolée, j'ai oublié de unmuter.
I'm sorry, I forgot to turn my microphone on. I'm Grace Chimpaka, and it's an honor for me to take part in this session. I'd like to tell you about some of the different practices that are put in place in different countries. We have been implementing activities for several years now, but something that makes things more difficult is that this hasn't always just been, this has in the past just been in schools, but it also needs to be in universities and elsewhere. We have, with government support, been able to make practical environmental education one of our goals for sustainable development. As part of our project, we decided to work hand in hand with schools with a program called Dinga Dinga, which means environment. And we have tried to tell pupils clearly about what's happening abroad, because biodiversity is something that belongs to all of us. It's not a renewable resource, but if we want to preserve it, we need to be able to share our problems, but also the solutions that we've been using. As some of the previous speakers have said, we also want to share the activities we've been using to maintain biodiversity. We have been working with partners to implement the project, but unfortunately, when the school year started, some of the curricula changed. With Corona, we have had to adapt to a digital environment in biodiversity as well. We are currently in partnership with various institutions to increase information about biodiversity, as well as biodiversity conservation practices which are being implemented. These have had a local impact which has been adapted to the specific place. At a national level, these policies can be developed, but sometimes they don't respect the local characteristics. We have been sharing information and educating pupils about sustainable development as part of the school curriculum. We've developed several different programs, which means that we don't just increase the level of information available, but we try to get young people involved. We give them information ourselves, but we also encourage them to look for information elsewhere. We tell them about websites where they can find out more. And this is part of a pre-established chain. We worked with 20 schools this year, with 10 private and 10 state schools, and I'm very glad to be able to share this experience with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris, for sharing with us your experiences in Congo. Let me now invite Mr. Johannes Vogel from the Natural History Museum in Berlin. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very, very humbled to be talking to all of you because we've just learned about amazing stories from all over the world trying to fight the destruction of our planet, which is, of course, to a large degree led by the continent I more or less represent here, Europe and Northern America. So the Northern Hemisphere is using the resources, and the effects are being felt, as we've just heard, all over the world. So one of the big challenges I feel that we all have to work on, and I think where your fantastic educational approaches can help us to deliver, is perhaps symbolized in the picture you see behind me. So this is one of our prized exhibitions. It's a biodiversity wall. It contains about 3,000 different types of animals and plants with whom we share this planet. But what is very interesting is that in front of this exhibit is a sheet of glass. And whenever you stand in front of it, you see yourself in the reflection. And this is what people all over the world seem not really to understand, that all life on Earth has a common origin and that we are part of this intricate and important web of life. And that is what you can experience when you stand in front of this exhibit. And what you are doing there in the places you are, with all the challenges and hardship and opportunities you have and you create, is really, really admirable. So, but at the same time, similar challenges exist in Europe, because, as I said, not many people in Europe understand that their action has an impact on the natural world, and that their action actually determine the fate of the world and their children. And therefore, education has to be the key. I'm deeply, deeply saddened to see how much resources we have to throw at fighting COVID, which is brought about by our behavior. All of this money could have been spent to educate the next generation to be better stewards for the planet. So in a way, we have to end this war on nature that we are currently conducting, and education has to be the key to turn the corner. So in Europe, we have a very established educational system that has been developed about 200 years ago to educate the masses for the Industrial Revolution and its requirements. And as we've heard before, we need a new enlightenment. And so the education system, I suspect, has to be changed completely as well, because it has not served the world well up to date in order to engender stewardship, sustainability, or even fight injustice and inequality. So what we are discussing here, I think, has to be in the center of the developments for the next 10, 15 years, if we have that long to turn things around. So I'm of great admiration to all of you, what you are doing. And I hope that through conferences like this and connections, we can form robust networks and communities that will really address these fundamental issues, and help policy as well as business to change for the better. So I think the system is broken, and education and the community here can fix it. So thank you very much for being allowed to be part of this.
Thank you very much for your precise and clear presentation. Let me now go to the last but not least speaker of our session, Ms. Gabriela Martinez Mendita from the UNESCO Climate Action Network, Youth UNESCO Climate Action Network. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to see all the knowledge most of us are colleagues in the ecological area. So, how would you say in this session, a healthy and sustainable environment is the foundation of an equality functioning society and the basis for our prosperity and security. There is no doubt about the ecological and climate crisis humanity is facing in this century. Youth and future generations are among the ones who will feel the most impact due to the climatic-induced natural disaster, food and water shortage, biodiversity loss, destruction of ecosystem, and security threats. These impacts will and are already affecting millions of people, especially the youth and the children globally. How you know the youth-led environment action gained significant public attention, especially during the 2019, due to the global movement of Fridays for Future, schooling strike for climate, and many other else like my networks, like the UNESCO Climate Action Network and the MAP Youth Network too. That is why, please, next slide. We are the generation that has seen many of the promises of the Millennium Development Goals, the Aichi Biodiversity Target, and the Kyoto Protocol. But most of them, for us, are failed. But how Professor Virgilio says, there is hope. There is hope in education. There is hope in the youth and the children. That is why about the Sustainable Development Goals and the importance of the UNESCO role with the youth and the children, and especially with the youth, will create some of the newest youth networks like that I represent. I think that we are calling for urgent decisions, expanding engagement, making a global movement locally implementable and relevant. How I said with these two networks, like the MAP program, Youth Network, and the UCAN Network, UNESCO Climate Action Youth Network, we are making this global movement, expanding in some ways. We are expanding engagement, change in value priorities and behaviors, and development strategy for effective biodiversity conservation, restoration, and sustainable use. And the most important, they create transformative education. As youth, we believe that this crucial way to achieve transformative change is through integrating transformative education on biodiversity, climate change, sustainability, and cultural heritage in school curricula at all levels, and promoting it in formal and non-formal and informal education, as well as by fostering intergenerational learning and interdisciplinary collaboration and exchange. if we better understand the vast and exciting opportunities that focus on climate education and green jobs, we can foster a new generation of leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your talk. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to almost the end of our session. In fact, we have 5 more minutes. There may be questions that were given to us from the floor. One of that is for Mr. Viana. The question from the floor is to ask you, how do you overcome the challenges faced in your work? For instance, the destruction of the Amazon forest. Could you share that with us, Mr. Viana?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. It's a great question. Well, first, in terms of the obstacles that we face, basically these are powerful economic and political forces that benefit from deforestation. People deforest not because they're stupid, but because they benefit economically. So these are economic and political forces that are very powerful. And how to overcome this? Well, this would entail a long answer, but to make it short, we have to make forests worth more standing than cut. It's an economic challenge. And in order to make this challenge met, we have to invest in education. Because, for example, in the area where I work now, where I am now, it has a great potential for tourism, ecological tourism. But in order to develop this industry, we have to have human resources for this. And this requires education, technical education, and so on. And finally, the question about the tips. What tip would I give to those that want to reduce deforestation in similar contexts? My tip is we have to have strong civil society organizations. The future of the planet is too important to leave in the hands of governments that tend to be corrupt, inefficient, and not with a long-term view. So I think civil society organizations play a very important role, and we should encourage and support those organizations, not only in the field of education, but also in other areas.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chair.
Another question to Mr. Vogel. You make a very important point about education as the key towards arresting biodiversity loss and also preserving our web of life. You also mentioned that Europe has about 200 years of educational history. But can I ask you, in the modern context, from your perspective as the curator of one of the well-known natural history museum, how would you, what kind of advice you could give us through education?
So we are all, or most of us, probably have been at university. We've all been through a structured system which is formative for our thinking. But at the same time, we've heard lots of examples how people engage with nature through their senses, through their emotions. And I think we have to relearn that. We are, as humans, not machines. We are not pawns in a game. We strive for community. We strive for being together with other forms of life. And that is what we have to relearn. And a lot of formal education seems to educate us otherwise. And one of the worst tools, on the one hand, it is wonderful for all of us to communicate. On the other hand, it kills community, is the smartphone that is now not going to hear this thing. So you see, we have to find different ways of working together. And I think we've heard excellent examples here how the sapiens part of human nature and the emotional part of human nature need to be reconnected. And I think, for example, the Pope is a great teacher there, but all the other speakers we've heard here. So I think we need to reimagine education. That is what I think one can learn from 200 years of the wrong type of education emanating from Europe and especially Berlin.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. I just want to share with you that I'm one of the original negotiators of the Convention on Biological Diversity when I was a young man in the 1990s, culminating at the Earth Summit in 1992. And I've been a student of biodiversity for so long, and I've been very frustrated. In fact, as you said, government, they are full of rhetorics, but less on action. And today in this session, we witness the kind of voices that the speakers have expressed. In fact, the hope of saving life on Earth, ladies and gentlemen, eventually would lie on the eloquence of the kind of talk that all of you represented today in this session. I think it augurs well for the world that we have this kind of awareness, this kind of consciousness, and this kind of commitment from the young and old, from the government side, from academia, and also from the NGOs. So once again, on behalf of the organizers, Bernard in particular, thank you so much for sharing with us your views, and also thank you so much to all the participants who have been following this session. Thank you, and goodbye, good night.
Thank you, Zachary. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zachary.
Thank you. All the best. Best wishes from the Amazon to you all.
You all. Nice meeting you all.
Thank you so much. And engage the youth, remember.
Yeah.
Excelente, Gabriela. Que le vaya muy bien.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to the session on green and circular economies. I am Ken Barrientos from the hosting agency UNESCO Univoc International Center for Tibet. We will start the session with a few housekeeping information. The session will run for 75 minutes. All presentations will be delivered in English. There are 3 options for language interpretation for those who would like to listen in French, Arabic, Spanish, or German. For the smooth running of today's session, only the microphones and video of our speakers are enabled. We welcome you, dear audience, to engage with us through the audience poll, chat, and question and answer. Please write your questions in the Q&A tool that you can find at the bottom and comments using the chat box. You can also upvote questions if they are interesting for you
And if you don't have anything new to ask, you can get these questions at the top of the list if you have phone. We have question and answer and chat hosts who will assist in monitoring questions and answering messages from the audience. Join me in welcoming our moderator and panelists for this afternoon, Ms. Catherine Whitman, Director of Rethink Global in the UK and Circular Economy author and podcast host. She will moderate the session today. We also welcome 5 distinguished panelists for this afternoon, Ms. Goodwin Brown, Mr. Majumdar, Mr. Bauer, Ms. Morsing, and Mr. Haskell. Catherine, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. And hello, everyone. To quickly explain the structure for today's session, I'm going to give a very quick overview of the circular economy and how it supports the Sustainable Development Goals. And then next we'll bring in Esther Goodwin Brown of Circular Economy to talk about some of the work she's been doing on circular jobs and education. We'll then bring in other panelists to discuss the opportunities and challenges of a circular economy from the perspective of business and policy making, and look at how we best build skills to support a circular economy. Then we'll take some questions from you, our audience, and as Kenneth said, if you can put those questions in the Q&A function in Zoom, you can also in there add comments to other people's questions if you want to build a bit on somebody else's question, and vote for your favourite question to help it get to the top of the pile. We'll then come back to our panelists to ask them about the challenges for education and how business might support education and training. And we'll finish with a few more questions from you, our audience. So let's start with a short overview of the circular economy and how it supports the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenneth, if you could launch my slides, please. So we're starting to understand just how much damage our systems of production and consumption are doing to our society and, of course, to our living planet. We keep pumping more and more things into the economy, depleting resources, overloading nature, and pumping pollution and emissions into the atmosphere, air, soil, and water. Next slide, please, Kenneth. So we're becoming aware that we're now pushing nature and planetary systems towards irreversible tipping points. Next slide, please. Over the last decade or so, governments, businesses, and sustainability organisations are starting to see the benefits of circular approaches. Using less by designing products that last longer, can be repaired and even remade before we eventually recycle them. Getting more from less by switching to services and business models that encourage access instead of ownership. The focus is on using instead of consuming. If more people use the same product, we can get more productivity from those materials. We want to minimize waste and pollution by making sure waste gets reused, either by another industrial process or as food for nature, compost. And crucially, we need to use sustainable, safe materials. They should be safe for humans and nature at every stage of the process. Next slide, please, Kenneth. And circular approaches can support a wide range of the Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide, please. You've probably seen the SDG grouped into these 5 themes for people, prosperity, peace, our planet, and partnership. Next slide, please. And while the circular economy can't directly improve peace and partnership, it can support the goals for people, prosperity, and our planet. You can click the transition, please, Ken. And again. Thank you. By using instead of consuming, through renting, paper use, and sharing, that means we get more productivity from those same materials, and we break the link between resources and well-being. That helps encourage innovation and improve global prosperity. Secondly, by using a mindset that all waste should be food, and making sure unwanted material becomes a new resource, we minimise waste, emissions and pollution. That's better for nature and our planet. And we can also support and regenerate nature by using sustainable, safe materials. And thirdly, using less by designing durable products that we can reuse, repair and even remake before we eventually recycle them means we can get more from less and help everyone have a good standard of living. Final slide, please, Ken. And now we'd like to ask all of you, our audience, a quick question. Mariana, if you could please launch the poll. So thinking about, I think that was poll 2. It needs to be poll 1, please. Thank you. Got a sneak preview of the question we're going to ask you at the end. So thinking about your interest in this session, please can you tell us what level of circular economy knowledge you have now? Are you wanting to find out more? Do you know a bit and want to explore it more deeply? Or are you already working on circular economy in education or training? How are we doing on that, Mariana? Are we good to share yet? Okay, so interesting. That's different to this morning's session. Over half the people in this morning's session were already working in some way on circular economy education or training. So that's great. Thank you for that. So now I'm delighted to introduce Esther Goodwin-Brown, lead of the Circular Jobs Initiative at Circle Economy, a not-for-profit organisation helping cities and businesses with the practical and scalable implementation of the circular economy. Esther's going to give us an overview of the circular economy as well as sharing highlights of her team's work on jobs and education. Esther, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and really honoured to be with you all today to talk about education for the circular economy. Can I have the next slide, please? So 2 questions I'm going to try and answer in this short presentation is building on Catherine's introduction. What is the circular economy and what implications does it have for education? Next slide, please. And as Catherine introduced, my organisation is an impact organisation and we work with cities and businesses to try and think about what are the really practical ways that we can implement the circular economy to achieve the goals that they're already striving towards. Next slide, please. And so what is the circular economy? I always find it quite helpful to explain the circular economy in comparison to the current economic system that we have now, which we call the linear economy, or one that follows a take, make, waste model. And so within the linear economy, resources are sourced, mined or extracted, they're refined and turned into products, sold and then typically used after over a very short time period and then disposed of, and largely incinerated or sent to landfill. Next slide, please. And in fact, we know that of all the materials that are currently used each year in our global economy, only 8.6% of these materials are cycled back. So that means the remaining percentage are landfilled or incinerated, and our world is currently only 8.6% circular. So we've got a long way to go. Next slide, please. And to put this in further context, it means that the rate that we are going in terms of our levels of resource use and consumption, we will need around 3 to 5 Earths to sustain us. Next slide, please. And this is obviously a hard thing to move away from because of our patterns and our associations with growth and with prosperity have been linked to resource extraction and resource use since the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. And so really what we're calling for here is quite a radical systems change in terms of how we view and value and deal with resources. Next slide, please. And so the circular economy offers an alternative to this linear economy. And so by keeping materials in circulation for as long as possible at their highest value, processes like maintenance, reuse, remanufacture, refurbishment, and eventually recycling are used, working towards a system where we've designed out waste entirely. Next slide, please. And so we see the circular economy as an exciting opportunity in particular because as well as helping to tackle some of these challenges around resource scarcity and climate change, we see real opportunity for it also to strengthen regions, to create jobs, and with that promote well-being. Next slide, please. And so where might these jobs be created? In this diagram, you can see that with every loop back of within the circular economy, across the maintenance, reuse, and remanufacture and recycling of products, there are many, many processes involved, many being very human capital intensive, be that knowledge or labor, from the sourcing to the disassembly to the collection of materials. And here we can get a sense of the scale of opportunities for job creation. Next slide, please. And what we've seen in the introduction of the circular economy is that, in this quote from Walter Starhill that demonstrates that human capital has been on the agenda since the inception of the circular economy as an opportunity framework. But what we see is that really the focus has become much more on the materials and the environmental impact of the circular economy. It's become quite a technocratic debate. And so what organizations like my own and many others are trying to do is really bring people back into the center of the circular economy. And as this quote demonstrates, make sure that labor is seen as one of the most valuable resources we have on the table. And this is also something that was discussed in the morning session of this same event. Next slide, please. So what are these jobs that contribute to the circular economy? We define a circular job as any occupation that directly or indirectly involves one of the elements of the circular economy. So we define three types of jobs: core circular jobs, enabling circular jobs, and indirectly circular jobs. And I'll explain what I mean by those now. Next slide, please. In order to identify where these jobs are and also to make a sense of the circular economy as a whole, we brought together research to develop the key elements framework, which outlines all of the strategies that can be used by any individual, business, or city or nation wanting to implement the circular economy. Next slide, please. So in the core of this framework, we see the core elements of the circular economy in light blue. And this is where you'll find jobs in the production of renewable energy, in repair and stretching the lifetime of products and resources, in recycling and regenerative farming and the use of waste as a resource. Next slide, please. And then on the outskirts of this framework, we see the enabling elements of the circular economy. So these are strategies and occupations that help to upscale and accelerate the core activities of the circular economy, which are really about closing the material cycles. So in terms of enabling jobs, you'll find designers, people working in new business models and procurement, digital technology and solutions, collaborative models, and then crucially for this audience today, education and training. Next slide, please. I'm just going to briefly go through some examples of what these jobs could be. So you could see a core job within repair. So the seamsters that are working with textiles to repair clothing that can be reworn or resold, like this example from Patagonia's Worn Again program. Next slide, please. Or the demand planners working to secure a market for the refurbished systems and MRI scanners produced by Philips. Next slide, please. Or the biochemist working to innovate with new materials to find new solutions for bioplastics. Next slide, please. And product designers working with digital solutions to incentivize take-back schemes. Next slide, please. And of course, we have teachers and trainers working across levels of education, but also in work helping to translate circular thinking and skills into the practices and the processes we see all around us. Next slide, please. And so coming back to the SDGs, we start to get a sense of the fact that the circular economy brings with it new business models, and with that, some new forms of employment, as well as building on existing and foundational professions. And we really see that skills development is a really vital element to ensure that we don't have a trade-off between these targets, so that we can ensure that strategies to increase responsible consumption and production also result in decent work and economic growth and sustainable communities through the lens of quality education. Next slide, please. And we released a report just last week looking at the role of vocational training in closing the skills gap for the circular economy. So this is the idea that we're all familiar with, is that there is a gap between the skills people have now and the skills that they will need in the future, particularly to drive these new strategies and business models we see coming into the economy. And without skills development, the employment opportunities that come with the circular economy and other sustainable strategies, as well as the environmental targets, risk being missed altogether. And so this paper really tries to advocate for the role of education and educators in order to proactively promote sustainability through the skills that they teach, but also to really work in partnership with government and industry to adapt their offers in response to demand for skills we're seeing coming into the market. Next slide, please. And so really, we see it's about upskilling. So as well as building on the existing and the foundational skills and professions that we have in the labour market, we need a widespread upskilling in line with wider labour market trends like digitalisation and greening economies. And this is because we know that progress towards the circular economy and many of the sustainable development goals will both shape demand for skills that we see in the labour market, but it will also be dependent on the skills that we have available. So it's not just about the future skills and the future professions, but it's really about investing and developing the workforce that we have now. And with the circular economy, we really see a need for new mindsets, new ways of thinking and valuing materials, new combinations of skills, and increasingly interdisciplinary thinking and doing. And that's illustrated here with the T-shaped skills approach, where we see an increasing need for professionals with a deep and specific specialism in an area, but also with transversal and broad skills that enable them to collaborate with different companies, across departments, different sectors, and to spot those solutions, and also to go after those opportunities, to utilize their digital skills, to think through a green lens. Next slide, please. This paper also puts forward the important role that vocational training can play in not only meeting demand for higher technical skills through technical and vocational training, and providing a framework for upskilling and lifelong learning through continued vocational training, modular and in-work learning, but also the role that vocational training has in achieving many of the SDGs around social inclusion through initial vocational training and active labour market policies to bring people into these jobs, contributing to decent work within the SDGs and the ILO's decent work agenda, by ensuring that people have the opportunities to develop their skills and have this reflected in the quality of their work, but also critically in helping stimulate a market for circular products and business models by teaching people the management, the leadership and the business skills needed to bring these circular business models into the mainstream. Next slide, please. And so just finally, how can educators help to close this skills gap and indeed the circularity gap we saw earlier on in my slides? Well, it's really all about collaboration, we've found. and working in close collaboration with industry, research, and with government as knowledge partners. So working to try and inflect new advances in technology and materials in curricula, both in schooling and in universities and technical schools, as well as in work learning and on-the-job training. Looking at increasingly adapting offers so that they're interdisciplinary, so that they appeal to this T-shaped skills approach, and also working to upskill themselves by increasing their knowledge of the circular economy, that they will be able to also better adapt educational offers, and also trainers in particular in guiding people within work to develop their careers in the circular economy. We see modular learning, there's a great opportunity to support upskilling both of the current workforce and to build these high technical skills on top of existing specialisms and careers. And finally, thinking about the importance of high quality careers guidance, both for early career professionals as well as people making mid-career transitions into more circular professions. So really working with local employment services to increase that quality and maintain that quality of careers guidance. Next slide, please. So we have lots of resources if you're interested in any of the themes that I've touched on today. Next slide, please. And please do reach out to me if you'd like to discuss any of the things that I've put forward, and looking forward to receiving your questions in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. You covered a lot of ground there, and I was particularly interested in the few examples of new jobs, or circular jobs, some of which were the same job but with a different focus, like the demand planning for remanufacturing. So some really interesting food for thought there. So for our audience, if you have any questions about the presentation, please add them in the Q&A panel at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And don't forget, you can add your comments and vote for questions that other people have asked. And before we come on to questions from you, our audience, we're going to start with some introductions and questions to our panelists. But first, I'm going to come back to Esther, if I may, and say, in looking at what's happening in education and especially in training, do you see trends that are helpful for the circular economy or unhelpful? What's your take on that at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. The message that came with that presentation, and also with the research we currently did, is that there is a skills gap, which is quite persistent and could be seen as a trend in and of itself. So a shortage of women in STEM subjects, a general shortage of engineers and engineering students, of designers and people taking up these technological professions. But also we see some positive trends as well. So in terms of the increasing availability and development of modular vocational training courses that can both be a really helpful tool for upskilling, allowing people to dip in and out and build on the skills they already have, but also it presents the opportunity for these modules to be much more adaptive and flexible to the needs that we see coming into the market. So really about developing modules and adapting in real time. And of course, we have the mega trend of digitalization, so increasing access to learning, but also increasing that need for digital literacy in work and in learning.
Brilliant. Thank you, Esther. So now I'd like to bring in Shamal Majumdar, who's Chief Advisor at the Vivekananda Institute of Biotechnology, VIB for short, in India. Shamal, how does Esther's presentation compare with the way you see the circular economy moving forward in India? And what key challenges do you think the circular economy is seen as helping to resolve?
First of all, greetings from India in a very, very challenging time. I am now in Kolkata, India, and every day coronavirus is spreading like unbelievable way. So we are in a very difficult situation. Nonetheless, perhaps you will be aware that energy security has been a major concern for India in the last century. And when I'm talking to you at this juncture, India faces scarcity of resources due to rapid economic growth for the last 6 and 7 years pre-COVID period. And therefore, there is an urgent need for India to decouple economic growth from the resources, which can largely be achieved through a circular economy approach. This is just a starting point for India. In my opinion, there are many other key challenges that can be addressed by circular economy in India. Number one, climatic change. By mitigating negative environmental impact, biodiversity loss, pollution, etc. Second, localization of skill and creating value for the local producer. This is very, very important. Some people has an idea that this circular economy cannot create value for the local producers. Potential of creating new jobs. There is enormous job can be created with the circular economy, especially in developing country like India, where people are used to repair, reuse, recycle is a common day-to-day practice to that. Finally, building regenerative agriculture. Agriculture with modern technology and circular economy can be a very deadly combination for the growth. However, implementing this circular economy in India would need an approach to overcome multiple layers of challenges, and that I will discuss in the due course of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Shamal. And yeah, I think you're right. There are some very powerful positive impacts from the circular economy for India and many other countries. Our next two panelists are from businesses making the circular economy happen. Firstly, Brian Bauer, who leads circular economy and alliances at Algramo, based in Chile. Brian, please could you give us a quick overview of what Algramo does and how that helps influence consumer behavior?
Sure. First off, thank you so much for having me here. It's a great pleasure and honor. And so, yeah, what Algramo does, what I do at Algramo too is I lead circular economy and institutional partnerships. And what Algramo does, if we distill it down to a high level, is we work with global brands. We're currently working with Unilever, with Nestle, and Colgate. We work with them so that they can take their packaging and keep it in the economy and out of the environment. And we do that through an intelligent refill system. So what we do is we integrate technology into the packaging. So these are some kind of city metro cards, one's for Washington, D.C., one's for Santiago, Chile. And what these have is RFID technology integrated into the card so that you can put payment onto the card. And then that enables you to enter the metro system. We take that same concept with packaging. This is packaging we've currently developed for Walmart here in Chile. And we integrate that technology into the packaging so that the packaging becomes like a digital wallet. And that allows you, this packaging unit, to communicate with IoT connected vending machines. So that allows people to buy by the gram. Algramo actually means by the gram. And while doing that, we also enable people to buy the product for about 30% below regular supermarket prices. And that solves a critical issue for us and the reason that Algramo came into existence, and that's the poverty tax. The poverty tax happens across most of the developing world, and it happens when people have limited or volatile incomes. They buy in smaller format packaging, and they pay about 40% more on a per unit basis for that type of consumption. And that problem is deeply connected to a complex environmental problem, which is packaging waste leaking in two places it shouldn't be, like the environment. So Algramo came in existence to solve that poverty tax. In doing that, we're also solving an environmental problem, which is plastic leaking into the environment. And going back to this idea of education, the importance of education, what we're trying to do is we're trying to shift a system. We're not trying to nudge people to recycle slightly more. We're trying to eliminate the need to recycle by reusing packaging. And that requires education. Education is critical in enabling people to see things a little bit differently and think a little bit differently about things like packaging. So that's a quick overview of Algramo.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. And it's inspiring to see how much Algramo has moved forward in the last year since we spoke in depth. So some big developments there. And next, I'd like to introduce Steve Haskew, Head of Sustainability and Social Leadership at Circular Computing. Circular computing is closing the loop for laptops. Steve, could you tell us how that works in practice?
Certainly. Thanks, Catherine. Circular computing is a 25-year-old business, or part of a 25-year-old business. We're lucky enough to have been a circular economy participant for that time. It wasn't called circular economy back then. We were just managing other people's unwanted IT assets. It just happens that there were some things along the way that changed. So we have global procurement, generally done. We have an office in the US, we have an office in the Middle East and near Dubai, and we have an office in the UK. So we have global procurement, managing those time zones, gives us volumes as in hundreds of thousands of laptops as our core. We have a remanufacturing factory that we have located in the UAE, primarily because the skills required to do what we do for remanufacturing, which sits in the hierarchy of the circular economy, as you know, are one where the ability of the engineers need to be more agile and lean than we might get from, say, the UK or from the States. And the resale of those assets then go through a regular distribution channel, such as Ingram Micro or a reseller, and our products are sold against new. So what we've done is we've worked really hard to ensure that the consumer, and a big part of the education of circular economy, by the way, needs to be around the consumption part. It's okay for industry to sort of invest and pair up to provide an economy from which people can shop. But if people don't shop, the economy is going to collapse because there'll be no money flowing around it. So we've worked hard on, I guess if you looked at the beginning, middle and end of a process, we started with the middle bit first, which was the remanufacturing factory. We then worked out how to sell our product, and then we align ourselves with our procurement.
Great. Thank you, Steve. And I think we'll come back to some of those challenges later on. And our final panelist is Meta Morsing, Head of Principles for Responsible Management Education at the UN Global Compact. Meta, how do the companies participating in the UN Global Compact see the circular economy? Are you noticing more organisations starting to use circular strategies to support their SDG-related goals? Meta, maybe you're muted.
Yes.
Muted.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you. Greetings from New York. Yes, indeed, we do in the UN Global Compact see a lot of businesses starting to engage and starting to rethink their entire business model in sort of terms of moving away from the traditional take, make, dispose into circular economy model for their business models. And I think in particular, we've seen, and we've already had some of Esther's examples here showing that, for example, the fashion industry, which I think is a wonderful and very challenging example, how many of the UN Global Compact companies in the fashion industry are taking up the challenge here with sharing platforms, product life extensions, focusing more on quality than on quantity, and repair, the whole sort of repair movement coming in. And the fashion industry is indeed more polluting. It emits 4 to 8% of the world's CO2 emissions. So it's actually more polluting than the oil and gas industry, which we oftentimes forget. So it's a highly, it's a timely, you could say, sort of focus that the fashion industry is taking. At the same time, and this is what I want to bring into our discussion here and into this wonderful opportunity to be part of the panel here today, is we should ask ourselves, why is progress so slow? Why is it still, like Esther said in her wonderful introduction here, that we only see 8.6% of the economy is circular? Why is that happening? And what I bring to the table here, sort of leading the higher education initiative of the UN Global Compact with 860 business schools and universities signing up to our prime initiative, is the idea of the definition of success. So we need to redefine what success looks like in higher education, and in particular in business school education, because we still do teach in the classrooms success in this traditional economic model, the take, make, dispose, you could say mindset, is still prevalent in the textbooks, in the curriculum, and the way that we engage our students, where we very intuitively understand that there is a need for the circular economy. This is not exactly what's happening in the classroom. So this is what I hope I can engage a little bit more on in this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Meta. So now I'd like to move on to the next section of discussion and ask about changing mindsets and building skills across society. And don't forget that you can post your questions for the panel in the Q&A box at the bottom of Zoom. I had a look a minute ago and there weren't any in there, so Mariana, maybe you could check that that's definitely enabled for people. So I'd like to come back to Esther first of all for a question, please. In your presentation, Esther, you touched on T-shaped skills. How do you think we switch people on to wanting to learn about the circular economy in the first place and develop the relevant skills?
Thank you, Catherine. I think one of the key approaches needs to be integrating circular economy thinking or just knowledge of the circular economy across a range of subjects. So, of course, developing specific professions that can help drive change in major industries, but really thinking about a broad brush understanding and valuing this mindset shift. And as Meta pointed out, helping people to really think and change the way that they look at where resources are going. And I think this can be helped by integrating more interdisciplinary learning and these transferable skills across subjects in business schools, so that we can be channeling people's skills towards identifying these new solutions. And I think we already see lots of trends in Fridays for the Future and increasing standards students are taking on the environment, that people are really stepping into this space. And so I think there's not much to do to encourage people to take up these roles, but it's to make them more widespread and part of our mainstream way of doing business.
Thank you, Esther. And Shamal, you and I spoke ahead of the event about multi-layered challenges, and that unless you own and believe in the circular economy, nothing's going to happen. Could you unpack some of those challenges for us?
So I feel there are two major challenges that I see in circular economy in the developing world. One is the mindset, another is the capacity development. There's a two sides of the same coin. The first challenge is how to transform the prevailing mindset of circular economy, linear economy. What do you mean by that? We need to shift from a linear model, the way it has been described, to regenerative model, resulting to zero waste. For that, what we need to do, we need multi-level mindset changes. I'm now unpacking this in much more broader way. One is environmental lens, where we are all part of nature. This is a concept, need to be from early childhood to higher education. Then social lens. We must have a responsible citizen. It's not only me and us, it is about the world. And COVID has shown how world is connected in that sense. The third is the economic lens, decoupling the growth from the resources. And the fourth layer is the cultural, from use and throw mindset to sustainable mindset. This use and throw mindset has created a world where everybody crazy about speed. And the effect we have seen devastated now whole world. And we have all stopped. The tiny viruses all stop us. So we cannot ignore that. So change of this will come automatic. This need to be to promote sustainable model of growth positively. And negatively, we have to show what is the bad thing about this linear economy. How waste creating pollution, biodiversity loss. We need to educate every level of the education about this. So this, once we will do, people will get motivated to implement because they buy the idea, the purpose of it. The second challenge is how to prepare learner to think and operate in a multidisciplinary environment. As circular economy involves multi-pronged problem with multiple solutions. Take, for example, plastic waste. It cannot be solved by only regulating, You need to require more than this. So that means learning about circular economy cannot be taught in a single discipline. And that's a big challenge. That's why it has to be added with transversal skill. I fully agree with Esther, the T shape, where you have to have problem-based learning, inquisitiveness, creativity, open-mindedness, and innovative skill. A lot of innovation is needed in the circular economy. Out-of-box thinking is needed. This skill are to be embedded in different subjects. My last point is shortage of competent teachers and trainers is a critical challenge in a developing country.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you, Shamal. So lots of really important elements to follow up on there. Thank you for that. And Steve Haskew, you've talked about your staff in the United Arab Emirates, where you remanufacture, as having good engineering skills and being good at solving problems within tight constraints, maybe even having a natural inclination to what we might call lean thinking. Do you think that's linked to a mindset of seeing resources as precious and valuable, and on the other side of the coin, creating waste as a failure?
I think that's a really interesting question. I think that as a business, we have a way of presenting our own intelligence internally. I use the word intelligence lightly because that's obviously relative. We have sustainability, we have a zero waste, we have a zero carbon. There's so many things that we hold dear to our hearts, and that level of leadership from the chief exec all the way down to the guys that are accepting goods in is shared. There's nobody within our business, which is not massive. We have maybe 300 people now, 350 people working for us, but there's not one person within the business that doesn't feel how the business feels. And it's not a thing. It's sort of a sense almost. It's an emotion of wanting to do the right thing, for eliminating waste, for behaving differently and living a different sort of life. And that comes just from doing all of the right things on a regular basis, frequently, and building that internally. I feel that going back into a collaborative state, an interdependent state where one economy feeds another, to move from linearity to a circular economy is critical, because the world's running out of resources. Earth Overshoot Day, by the way, is tomorrow if everyone consumes like the UK. It's a bad thing. But we're just tuned in. We're just tuned in to be doing the right thing. And consumption and overconsumption is one of those things that we hold dear. But going back to what you said about, is it a mentality thing? I think it is, Catherine, where maybe, say, in the UK, we're able to, even in the middle of COVID, if I wanted to buy something, I'd just go onto my Amazon app and it arrives the same day. I haven't even got to think about it. And as a result of that, I don't think of what alternatives are available to me. And I think we just need to sort of boil that right back down to, if it's possible to have a circular economy, what are the component pieces? You'll need leaders. You'll need people that are entrepreneurial. You need people to understand how to take risk. What does compromise look like? Is using a second-hand product, does it feel as good as using a new product? The marketeers, the advertising, the sizzle, you and I have spoken about that. How do you make people go, I want it enough that new is my second option? And then everything else, I think, will fit into that way of thinking.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Some good points there about mindset. And we're running short of time, so I'm going to move now to the questions from the audience, the first stage. Although I'm hoping there are some questions in the box. We got loads of questions this morning. Emma, is there anything coming up in the chat? If there isn't, I'm going to go back to the panel questions. Is there anything in the chat?
Yeah, there's one or two, Catherine. So one of the first questions that came through was around policymakers. So what would policymakers' role be in improving the circular economy? But I think within the context of this conversation, how should policymakers get involved?
Maybe Meta, would you like to answer that? Is that anything you have a view on? I know it's not really a UNGC thing, but maybe businesses are talking about the need for a level playing field and policy to support that.
Well, thank you, Catherine. Indeed, it is. Of course, UN Global Compact is business oriented, but more and more so, of course, the talk and the strategy is also about engaging governments and policymakers, because it's obvious that business cannot do it alone, like governments cannot do it alone. So we are very much talking about one of the things, Catherine, on one of your first slides, partnerships. So the way that governments can be, and I'm not just talking about ministers of the environment, but I'm talking about the whole sort of plethora of ministers across a government can be engaged in setting a regulatory framework for businesses that level the playing field, as you say, is very much on top of mind for businesses as well. And again, back to the business education point here, of course, we as business schools educate also a high number of future policymakers. So that's why, I'm very occupied with bringing that discussion, that mindset into the classroom. And I'm just saying it's not there yet. I know there's a lot of wonderful examples out there, and I can also see in the chat that there's some really good examples from Slovenia, Latvia, and I think that's wonderful. But it's just not enough. And business schools do produce the largest number of business leaders and leaders also in policymaking. So I do think it matters to think about the way we educate those leaders of tomorrow. For example, if you look in chapter 1 in a strategy textbook, you look upon the stakeholder model that was introduced 40 years ago. We all think it makes a lot of sense. It definitely does. But the company is still in the center of the stakeholder model, as if that's the sort of the center of the universe. And then you sort of, as a business, you draw upon all the kind of resources to make your business thrive. We need a different kind of stakeholder model where society is in the middle of that model. So, and business is just one, you could say, of the agents contributing to making our common society thrive. And it may sort of be a play with visuals or with words, but it's a completely different mindset in the classroom. If you teach business, purpose is to do good. Of course, we need a business model that, is lean, mean, or not mean, but lean, that you can sort of, and clean. But we certainly need that business mindset to understand that the purpose of business is to serve society.
Yes, thank you. And I always like to say that we forget that business is a subset of the planet and society, not the other way around. Thank you, Mette. So, Emma, shall I go back to the panel, or do you have another good question?
I've got a question quite related to that, Catherine. So it'd be great if we pick that up. So this is really sort of leaning towards the business side of the discussion. Is an adjustment needed around advertisements and marketing of circular economy products? So in ESD, which I understand, education for sustainable development, we try and promote a much more critical way of thinking in reading and responding to critical messages. So I think Steve picks up on this. Really, what can we do to change the way that we advertise and market these messages? How are we going to do that? Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Emma. And I'd like to put that question to Brian first, I think, because of your collaboration with some of the big brands who've got millions, if not more, in marketing spend. How do you think they can help the switch to a circular economy?
That's a good question. I think a really critical issue is getting people to understand what the benefits are, how the circular economy can create benefits and opportunities for people. Like in the case of El Gramo, we can enable people to buy products for a lower cost. We can enable people to feel like they're participating in the circular economy through their consumption by reusing that packaging over and over again, and taking something that's really bad about plastic, the longevity of it, that's really bad about it when it leaks into the environment. But if it's kept in with the economy, it can create value and allow people an opportunity to feel like they're actually doing something to promote the circular economy. So that's what I would say to that question.
Yeah, thank you. And I think that's interesting because plastic, particularly in the US, I understand, is increasingly demonized. And yes, we don't want plastic escaping out of the system. But at the end of the day, it's a fantastic material. And if we can keep it within a tight loop and make sure at the end of its multiple use cycles, it goes back to be recycled into another plastic packaging product, then, that's circular, isn't it? So thank you, Brian. Steve, do you want to quickly add anything to that from an advertising point of view? I know you're thinking about how to make green groovy, but not sure how you've got on that challenge yet.
We're seeking an ambassadorial leader who can really kind of, sort of start creating a daisy chain of leaders to whom people look up to. The mass consumer looks up to. It's the mass consumers that are going to make the difference. Yeah, the public sector and industry are it, but let's face it, it's the mass consumer, the retailer consumption is linking that in, and I don't know what the answer is, if I'm brutally honest.
Okay, so I think coming back to some of Professor Walter Stahl's points this morning, at the heart of everything is our need to think of ourselves as citizens and care about things, not just people, as we've discovered through coronavirus how important that is, but care for our stuff as well. So I'm going to move on now to the second part of the panel discussion, looking at some of the challenges for education. And I'm going to start with Esther again. And we've talked about the importance of T-shaped skills, balancing both specific skills and those subjects and transversal skills. For those countries thinking about how to get started with the circular economy in education, what would you prioritise, Esther? Where would you start?
I think this is a hard one because we really do need both. That's the beauty of that T-shaped diagram, that we see them both together. But I think, as it's already come up a lot in this session, transferable skills are incredibly important. So I think probably I would prioritize that, because not only is that building on top of existing professions that we have in different industries, which we may see as linear, and by bringing in these transversal skills and this understanding of circular economy, and bringing their application into a circular business, that occupation becomes a circular job. But also because it allows us to really think about not just our skills as professionals and workers, but as we said, across different levels of society, those transferable skills, that understanding of circularity, that wider systems lens means as consumers, we can make different choices. And so looking at that both from the perspective of citizens, but also professionals.
Great, thank you, Esther. And that came up a lot this morning, the need for a thorough understanding of what circular actually is, and making sure people don't just assume it's more recycling. Thank you. And Brian, thinking about your employees, how does the circular economy guide what Algramo values in terms of skills, knowledge, or mindset?
Yeah, a critical thing for us is to really, for Algramo to be successful, what we need to do is get people to rethink the relationship with packaging and realize that there can be great value and benefits from consuming fast-moving consumer goods products in a more circular manner. So in order to do that, a really critical thing we're trying to do is educate people and create that mind shift change. So we really need to think in systems and think about disrupting systems and how we can kind of work to pull together stakeholders who are interested in seeing the circular economy thrive, and work with all those different stakeholders to enable people to understand the benefits and the ways that they can support the circular economy. So that's what we think we're trying to do is get people to rethink their relationship with packaging. And we're really excited about that too, because it's a real tangible way for people to feel involved with the circular economy. If you can support a reuse model for packaging, it's a way people can be directly involved with the circular economy. Quite often the circular economy is too abstract, but this is Algramo and many other refill business-based business models offer an opportunity for consumers to actually participate in the circular economy. And that's really important to evolving the circular economy, is having people feel like they can actually do it instead of just having it being this academic concept.
Yes, I think you're right. And being involved helps people kind of put on this circular mindset and look at things through a circular lens, and start to see other opportunities for changing their own behaviour or helping their business do something more circular. Thank you, Brian. So I'm going to come back to you, Meta, with a slightly different angle on the question. Thinking about potential conflict between circular economy principles and the current concepts of development for some of the global south particularly, where the concept of development kind of assumes that we can carry on growing consumption. So how does the UNGC see that conflict? Are companies seeing circular economy as a way to decouple resource use and waste from prosperity and well-being?
Yes, no, it's a very good and key question, of course. And what I do see, though, is that we actually have quite good examples from also the so-called Global South, where the whole circular thinking is also gaining traction in small and medium-sized enterprises, for example, and the way that they sort of think about the design of the whole business and the way they treat waste as well. And again, we should remember that these small, medium-sized enterprises, for example, from the so-called Global South, are often suppliers to multinationals. And they are asked also from the larger companies to actually account for the way that they produce, the way that they treat the waste, the way that they sort of design the whole business model in terms of their ethical behavior and etc. So I do think that, of course, it's a challenge. We're talking about jobs also here, but I do think that we're seeing a lot of thinking, and I really liked also Esther's 3 different ways of thinking about these types of jobs, also in a sort of South as well as a North model. So I do think we're seeing a lot of progress, but again, not enough.
Thank you, Mette. And I think you bring up a good point there about the role of small, medium enterprises in big global supply chains. And that reminds me that perhaps one of the ways that all companies can help the circular economy happen is by making their procurement more circular. And there are lots of toolkits out there to help companies think about how to do that. And if we're thinking about skills for the future, then thinking about how to procure in a more circular way could be instrumental. So I'm going to move on now to the last part of the panel discussion, where we look at the potential for support from business and links between higher education and vocational training. So I'm going to start with Esther, and looking at how business might support a shift in education and training. What opportunities do you see for education and business to collaborate?
Okay, thank you. We've seen lots of fantastic examples of how business is already collaborating with education at different levels. I mean, thinking about collaborations and partnerships to provide apprenticeships or mentoring schemes for early career professionals in certain sectors, and students that are currently going through programs. I think I really love the examples of businesses that become demonstrator sites for a certain topic. So thinking about advanced manufacturing facilities or renewable energy and wind turbines, and how they could become those demonstrator sites where students as well as educators can come and learn about the new technology that's coming into the market. And this often works really well where there's a sort of a co-location of the particular university with its specialism or technical school with this industry. So, for example, in Scotland, there's a sort of co-location of marine biology and aquaculture learning alongside fisheries, and lots of the innovations that Scotland's leading on in that area of the circular economy. And we also see there's a role for educational organizations to become sort of advisors to policy and to business in terms of the development of new training and new educational offers. So in the paper that I was referencing, we included a case study from an example from India, from the Institute of Vocational Training and the National Council for Education and Training, who were helping to reflect India's ambitions towards sustainable growth in new qualifications within food processing. So this ambition to increase food processing in India, to create more of a domestic industry, to create jobs, but also to reduce waste. So these different levels that you can see that these partnerships working at, be that advisory, mentoring, or being those spaces for learning even.
Thank you, Esther. And Shamal, do you want to add anything onto that? I mean, Esther's mentioned India, but in the broader sense of how could businesses and education help each other advance the circular economy?
I think there is no doubt that education and the business sector has to come forward together to solve this real challenge. The reason is we need to develop a circular education culture in the education system. For that, you need new type of learning environment. In other sector, you have seen we have a hackathon competition, we have a startup, we have a hosting of other things like a rediscovery, remanufacturing lab, organizing zero waste lab. All this thing require business support. I am presently involved in Sundarban, one of the very remote place in India. People might think that this, circular economy is only for the industrial sector, urban. This is actually valid for the rural sector. There, we are working on solid waste management in the village level. And one of the pioneer work they have done is a Barefoot College in India, who has done with the villagers like waste collection and segregation, waste treatment, waste value recovery. Same thing we are doing in Sundarban now. While I'm doing this, I realize that some industry has installed solar panel in many Sundarban places, but they didn't train the people to maintain the whole, setup. So for that reason, what is happening? This is getting this is not working. So all are become wasted. So what we need is a good partnership between community, industry, and education sector together to face the challenge and see that how they can resolve it. I think that is a golden opportunity now because the reusability culture is very strong in India, whereas design thinking coming from the top is new. So if you can combine these two in a brilliant way, I think the policymaker, business leader has to come forward in a big way.
Thank you, Shamal. And when we were talking earlier, we were talking about frugal innovation and Jugaad innovation, and I think there are lots of broader studies saying that people and businesses are more innovative within tight constraints. That's what forces you to do something radically different. And so setting constraints and thinking about the bigger picture of systems and resources and so on, and trying to innovate within that context, I think is what can help us move forward. And we need to help people learn those skills, don't we, of systems thinking and design thinking and so on. Thank you. Emma, do we have some audience questions, or shall I ask one more question to the panel?
We have a really interesting comment here. It follows on from the last discussion. And it talks about the need, I think, for greater sharing and partnership. So a critical factor for teachers is time. It would be very helpful to have a database with links that could be shared in different languages. And it would also be helpful to have time or connections for vocational colleges to connect with local circular economy activities. So again, it's about this business and educational connection. I suppose the overarching question is, how do we share this information?
Yeah, that's a really big question. Esther, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a really interesting point. And I think the ideal is that we are able to share these resources. But as you've brought up, Catherine, there's a lot of misunderstanding and sometimes misalignment about what the circular economy is, which presents one challenge. But then also when there is research by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation where they looked at the number of higher education courses that reference the circular economy. And, there were nearly 200 out there back in 2018. But that's just courses that are explicitly referring to the circular economy. So it's, are we teaching the circular economy to people, or are we integrating a different way of thinking and valuing and working with resources into subjects? So it's more of it's an open question about which would support that progress more. And coming back to the idea of sharing resources, I think if we're going for this dispersion and integration, it becomes slightly harder to gather those resources together. But I agree completely, need to find a way to collect this best practice, to make it accessible, and to really save teachers the time so that they can be part of this driving force.
Thank you, Esther. And Meta, is that something that the participants in the UNGC, is that something they're asking for? Access to shared resources on how do we do this, and where would I buy this circular material from, or what do I do with this end of use product?
Yes, indeed. And we also have an academy where we have issues, topics like circular economy and different other issues sort of being presented, discussed, and at different levels, sort of engaging businesses in these kinds of discussions. But again, I would say it's not the biggest topic that we are sort of focusing on and that we have resources available for. So what Esther's mentioning here, some of those resources that you also showed on one of your slides is of course highly appreciated, but there is no one place to go if you want to know about the circular economy. So it is a bit of a challenge to actually find out where to find good examples, where to be inspired from, in terms of getting yourself, depending on what industry you are. I think also when I've been teaching executive classes, for example, and Steve, this may be for you, in the digital industry, I have executives in the classroom saying, but we are the digital industry, circular economy, what's to do with us? So there is a need to sort of understand that the circular economy is in fact for all industries, and that is not clear yet.
Absolutely. Well, to give a couple of plugs there in terms of resources, the organisation Esther works for, Circle Economy, they have a kind of Wikipedia of the circular economy called Circle Lab, and that has examples, and it's open sourced, so people can post their own examples, and there's opportunity for peer review and creating your own collections. So the UNGC could create a collection of circular economy examples that are relevant, interesting, or any other criteria you want to use. And if you remember Esther's slides with the was it 7 elements it's called of the circular economy, it's organized on those bases as well, and you can filter by sector and so on. So maybe we'll be able to put a link to that in the chat or something, Esther, if you're quick before we run out of time.
Just done it for you.
And final shameless plug, in my book there's a whole section on digital and the circular economy, and I see digital as one of the key enablers for the circular economy, with all sorts of angles like artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and a whole lot more. So let's finish then, or almost finish, with the the second audience poll, if we may, please, Mariana. And ask people what they think is most important in terms of how education can support a circular economy. So if we can launch poll 2. So you've got 3 choices there. Do you think mindset change and shift in behaviour is more important? Do you think circular specific knowledge and skills is more important? Or do you think we have to do both, as some of our panellists have said? So please vote for what you think we should focus on. How are we doing, Mariana? Do we have enough responses in to show the results? Okay, so that's a similar result to this morning as well, with most people deciding that we need to do both. And I guess those of us involved in the circular economy all think it's more and more urgent, and we need to get going with that. So thank you for that. So I'm going to wrap up now. And before I forget, if you want to know more about the circular economy, then look out for session 12.4 tomorrow at the conference. The circular economy lead from Sitra in Finland will explain Finland's circular economy roadmap in quite a bit of detail, and talk about how they're going to integrate circular economy in all forms of education. And thanks to all my panelists for today for an excellent discussion. I think we've hopefully convinced you all that there are some fantastic opportunities for the circular economy to help not only with sustainability, but also with jobs and resilient, vibrant local economies. And those jobs are new jobs related to the circular economy, and also different versions of existing jobs like demand planning. And we all think that mindset is fundamental. We need to be looking at things through a different lens in order to see the advantages of the circular economy and move away from our take, make, waste habits. And we also thought that a proper understanding of circular economy was really important, making sure we understand it's not just about a bit of recycling or some recycled materials. It's a fundamental shift in the way that we have access to products instead of wanting to own more and more stuff. And that we need to build in other transversal skills, particularly skills like systems thinking and problem solving, and maybe frugal innovation, lean thinking. So those are all important. And the last point that came across, which I think was important, is how do we join up all this knowledge? We've got all sorts of silos of knowledge, and what we need is a Wikipedia for the circular economy. Where can you go to find good MOOCs for free education? Where can you go to find examples if you're a business for who's doing what with similar materials or similar challenges to you? Where are the best policies? Where are the best procurement standards? All those kind of things. That seems to me to be the thing that we could do with most of. So thank you very much to everybody, and we will be sharing the recording of this. So if somebody you know didn't get a chance to see it, they'll be able to see the recording. I think it'll be available soon on YouTube. Thank you very much to everybody. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Well done, everybody.
Okay, welcome everybody. This is session 8.4, Nature and People, Building Resilient Relationship Through Education. Today we have, I think, this is going to be a smashing panel with three distinguished panelists from very different backgrounds. And to get a dialogue among these three along this particular issue is timely, and I think the insights are going to be tremendous for us, especially for the community that's been following on ESD, but even within the broader educational community, as well as the policy community. I
would first start to like to introduce this panelists and then talk a little bit about the context in which we will place today's discussion. My name is Ananta Duryappa, and I'm the director at the UNESCO Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. Yes, it is a mouthful, and we call it, lovingly, we call it MGIEP, but even that acronym was a mouthful, and we had to stop at the P and forget about the S. But there we are. The youngest Category 1 institute in the UNESCO family, just for your information. So today I have with us Harriet Marshall, a lead author of the Oxfam Foundation on the UN Sustainable Development Goals, a guide for teachers. And as you can see, Harriet is a global learning specialist, and she wears 2 caps. But anybody trying to attempt to write a guide for teachers, I take my hats off and say good luck. But she has taken on the challenge, and I think, and the product is a wonderful product for all of us to have a look. Then I have with us, although it's not listed under her portfolio, under her picture, Kahun Takwas, Diane Longboat. I had to say that first name, Diane. It's just, I couldn't resist to put that on. Now, Diane is a member of the Turtle Clan, Mohawk Nation, the Six Nations Grand River Territory in Canada, which also happens to be my adopted home of recent. A professional educator, and someone, I think, who would bring to this discussion the whole relationship, which is what I think we are really struggling with, the understanding of, or revising or revisiting this relationship that we humans as a species with nature. And to sort of, in many ways, to change that notion of the relationship, especially among our younger community. And who better to guide us on this journey than a person with the name of Kahun Takwas, Diane Longboat. So welcome, Diane. And I apologize for it being this early, but then on the other hand, 8 o'clock is it's already, it's a decent hour. It's a time when we reflect, where we are calm, and we are ready for the challenges of the world. And last but not least, a good friend of mine, Professor Gregoire Boss. And of course, we have taken all the titles off, but Harriet's got her doctorate in as well. But we have a flat playing field here. So Gregoire, a neuroscientist, works on cognitive and emotional control, looks at the development of these interplay between the cognition and the socio-emotional among children and in the development of children. I really got fascinated with Gregoire's work on heuristic biases and decision making. And I think it's so important in this field of nature, and especially with climate change, biodiversity, on how trust, heuristic biases, and the environment, and even the background within which people, or the context within which people live, actually influence so much of the decision, even in the face of science and evidence. And one can easily see that through the recent behavior in the pandemic that we are still struggling with. So with that, I want to use the Dasgupta review as the basis for our discussion today. And I sort of see the Dasgupta review as something similar along the lines of the Stern review that did for the economics and climate change. We knew a lot about climate change before Lord Stern came on the picture, but what I think they did was to really take it to the next level in terms of outreach and communication. And I hope that the Dasgupta review, who I've had the pleasure of working for many years, and I always see him as a mentor in many ways in my development on my thinking of bringing the same thing to biodiversity and nature and how to change that relationship. Now, some of the things that he has brought up in these findings are not new to us. The extent of the extinction. We knew that even within the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment, which was completed in 2005, which I was part of, and I co-chaired the biodiversity synthesis group there, we came to very similar findings, but change is not happening. And he talks about this whole notion of we need to change the yardsticks that we use to measure progress. For some reason, we seem to be caught up with this pesky little thing called GDP. Everybody seems to evaluate our progress by gross domestic product. And the economies who developed it warned us not to use it for that purposes. And yet we continue using it. And we have some of the most prominent economies saying, get off that. It's not reflecting on what you want to measure. But yet we continue. And those actually influence the very way our education and our social systems have evolved. Then he talks about institutional failure. He talks about two big ones, the financial system, which is related with economics, and of course, the education system. And he makes a plea, and you can read that in chapter 21, the final chapter. He makes a plea for how we can change within our education system to get to our younger generation of a different relationship with nature, not one of an instrumental nature, but one which is constitutive, which is a part of it, where we care for it, where we have empathy for nature, was a very foreign concept to me until very recently, because I was trained as one of the best predatorial economists. And I looked at it primarily as a resource extractor and putting a value on it, a monetary value on it. But things have changed. And I sort of see now and try to understand and sort of say, how do you empathize with nature? As how we empathize with our fellow human beings. We very rarely do anyway towards our fellow beings, but we need to train ourselves. And so that's our challenge today. And that's why we are here, gathered here today, to look at what needs to be done in our education system. And I want to take it broader than compartmentalize this within this ESD, Education for Sustainable Development. It should be education change overall, because the whole notion that you can't, and this is where the dichotomy is, that we have an education for the competitive economic system, where we focus on jobs and income and so forth and so on. And then we have this thing called ESD. No, it has to be an integral part of our education. How do we do that? And then the role of emotions. We now know that all our decision making is not rational. In fact, it is predictably irrational, as Dan Ariely points out very clearly in his book. And the same thing with Daniel Kahneman, the thinking fast, thinking slow. So emotions are a major role of that. And that's why we have our three panelists who will bring in this notion. Gregor from the neuroscientists, Diane from the whole relationship that indigenous communities have had with nature, and Harriet, hopefully, to sort of see how we can get this across to teachers, and even to inquire whether this has been captured in her recent book, Guide for Teachers. So with that, what I would request is the organizers to put a question, a poll one, to our participants to sort of see where they stand. Is emotional intelligence necessary for decision making and changing our present behavior towards the use of nature? Yes, no. And then third one is, I have no clue what emotional intelligence means in the first place. So participants, please take a shot at this poll. Okay, I think we'll give them a few more minutes, a few more seconds rather. All right. We had a similar poll in the first session, session 5, and I think there it was 96%. Here is 98%. And so we really have, okay, so the participants are looking, they're saying it is necessary. So we have that. We have that mandate from our participants, so let's get into it. Diane, my first question is that, as we now know, and many of our participants have agreed, emotions play a key role in decision-making. Can and how can education build that emotional intelligence for sustainability? Values based on emotions. So let me start with Diane, get your insights. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Anantha. I'd like to introduce myself in my language and say, Sego, Skanagoa, Sewaguego, Gahandagwas, Yunyans. So in Mohawk, I give thanks that you are still well and at peace and that we have this opportunity to be together today. My Mohawk name means she's picking sweetgrass, which is one of our sacred medicines that binds us together in mind, body, and spirit. Thank you so much for the invitation today. I want to ask you to think about the time that we are in today as a great reset. The smallest invisible viruses have brought humanity to its knees and sent us into our rooms. Mother Earth has sent us into our rooms to think about how we are living in this time period and moving forward in the world. I believe that our survival depends on a total change in human values. We need to revitalize human spiritual integrity. We are in a time period of the most profound crisis of survival. We are facing today that crisis of survival, and it's not just climate change or environmental change or economic challenges or even war in the world. It is a desert of the heart. And I want to say to you that the environmental crisis facing us today has been prepared for thousands of years because we have forgotten our original instructions on how to be human beings and how to relate to all those beings in the natural world. It is in the indigenous teachings of all nations of indigenous people who live close to the land throughout the world that you find a distinct oral culture, an understanding of what life was like before the earth was created, what life was like here on the earth at the time of creation, and what the mandate for humanity is. And that mandate, I'll assert that mandate to you, is to take care of all of the beings on the earth. They are sentient beings. They have the ability to communicate with us. There is a language of spirit that we have an ability to speak with the natural world. We can talk to the winds and to the waters and to the animal life. We can talk to those hurricanes that are moving about on the earth. There is an essential piece of the human form that we are forgetting, and that is the spirit. People don't want to talk about spirituality because they think it's religion. But when you go back to the essence of how all of us were created, that is that we are to take care of each other with love and respect and kindness and generosity. And we are to take care of the earth and to show gratitude to the earth every single day. We call those laws first laws. Those first laws show us how to live in a harmonious, symbiotic relationship of gratitude and respect with the land, to care for each other equally as human beings in this life. And so when we think about those natural laws of Mother Earth, we see where we're at today as an ego planet. That ego planet has contravened all of the laws of the natural world and the laws of the spirit that bind us together. We've contravened that. That's why we have environmental pollution. That's why we have war. That's why we have, the environmental crisis where we've actually changed weather patterns. And so when we think about what is education, we need to tie education to those original laws, those original instructions. And unless we do that, we are going to fail as a human family, and we will not survive this next great reset that we've been asked to undertake. So I want to thank you for that opportunity to share some of those thoughts. Thank you, Anantha.
Thank you, Diane. And I've got about 45 seconds, but I just want to send something for you to mull over when we have time to discuss it later. Do you see a conflict between these ancient laws, which govern a lot about our understanding of nature, with some of this more, I would use the word modern, but I think it is also ancient in terms of physics, chemistry, and even the neurosciences, understanding how we function, the fact that I think we are a species of walking chemicals with electromagnetic and electrical pulses, but biodegradable in that way. So in a sense, we are sustainable, we are biodegradable walking pieces of chemicals. But I want you to think about that. Harriet, the contrast, is there a contrast or actually they're symbiotic? Harriet?
Right, thank you as well for having me here today. I think I agree with you, Anantha, right from the beginning that the Descartes review is not new. We've had lots of evidence. We've had these facts presented to us for some time. And you'd only need to look at Nature magazine over the last few years where these really important statistics on biodiversity loss and climate change.
Harriet, you're going in and out. You're coming in loud and then you're going faint.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now?
Perfect,
Is that better? I'll put this right by my mouth. Sorry about that. Okay. So we've known the context in terms of what needs to be done, the knowledge for some time. And similarly, we in what we would call loosely the field of education for sustainable development, which some people might use the language of global citizenship education or environmental learning or development education, has been around for many, many decades because we've been aware of these changes and these pressures. So a lot of these the context is not necessarily new, although it's changing fast, and the educational need and the identification of that need has been around for a long time too. So some of these questions are we've been trying to answer them for some time. So what's shifting and what's new now, and what different dimensions have we got? And we have got more understanding of the emotional dimension of learning, both in terms of improving learning, improving cognitive function, but also in terms of supporting a move towards a more just and sustainable world. If we have better empathy with both other humans, but also other species, and a better understanding of that, then we can move, perhaps, we hope, to something better. But that said, we have to be very careful because those of us that have been working in this field for many, many years, for me, it's only about 20, but with many colleagues who've been working for a lot longer, bridging that human-nature divide, the dualism that Helia talked about in the first session, it has been the ongoing challenge for many years, and how can we go about it? And education is often brought up as the immediate, and what we need to do is change an education system or incorporate new curricula or pedagogy, and maybe that is a great thing, partly because education is a relational process anyway. We just need to bring it more out into nature. But we also need to be careful not to judge those that don't necessarily feel that nature is their love, for example. They live in a different context and they don't want to be judged either. We've seen the ramifications of that in recent elections, where if we tell people off, this is going to be a problem too. So the social and emotional learning element to this, I think, is becoming more and more understood. It's not just about understanding and knowing what needs to be done. It's about feeling and connecting and feeling a sense of belonging. I wear another hat as a head of educational research at Lifter, which is a digital immersive platform where we tell the human stories around the world behind, for example, the Sustainable Development Goals. And that bridges that human nature connection at a time of disconnect, particularly this last year, to building that connection and belonging, so that you can move to understanding of knowledge. So things like better understanding of the economies and a finance 101, as was talked about this morning, and everything that the Descartes review suggests, and building power, better understanding of power relations, critical social justice pedagogies. I guess I'm going to stop there because I think we're going to move on to that. It's not that it's new, it's that we are making progress.
So there goes Harriet. Optimistic. We are making progress. I've always been considered as the young member in my institute, and I'm impatient, and that progress is not sufficient. And when I get involved in these global processes, and I see the same messages coming 10 years later, 15 years later, 20 years later, I said, this is not done. We have to do something much more drastic. But we'll leave that to the once we have finished with Gregor. Gregor, your turn, and to sort of say why heuristic biases prevent us from achieving what Harriet has alluded to.
Well, that's probably going to take me more than 5 minutes, so I'm going to be brief on that. But I think what we've been missing up to there is the fact that, well, obviously, it's not only a problem of information. So it's not because you give a lot of information regarding nature, about human behaviors, about sustainable development, about pollution, that you're going to resolve the problem. The issue is also to get into the clear understanding that you have a brain that will receive this information. And this brain is not completely logical per se. It's not totally illogical, but like from time to time, it can be biased. And what has been shown, like in education, Homo economicus is not a rational being. It takes irrational decisions in some context. It doesn't compute all the data because that's not actually sustainable from a human point of view. So we have a society that goes very fast. So we need to have like processes that allows us to go quickly to make decisions. So we need those type of heuristical kind of strategies. So very fast, very effective in terms of cognitive costs. So they don't cost you a lot, and they usually provide the right answer. But they will tend to fail you systematically whenever you look at the big picture, the complex issues. And obviously, like sustainable development, relationship to nature is per se a very complex system. So how do we do that? So heuristic goes in a number of different ways. So it can go from the fact that when you invest in something, it's difficult to basically not take that into account when you want to change your behavior. Well, it also starts with the fact that we all have naive conceptions related to nature. So for instance, like children tend to think that anything that's moved is a living being, it's alive. And everything that is static is not alive, basically. And that is a naive conception that will hold throughout our life. And that's actually also constitute the type of relationship we create with nature. So those naive conceptions, you can provide a lot of information, but they will still be there, and they will still reemerge in certain type of contexts, and it leads us to take the wrong decision. So I think if we think of it in a way that goes beyond just providing information, there is something key here, is we also need to educate basically humans about their own human nature. So the fact that they are biased, basically, that they have a brain that works a bit differently depending on the context, that emotions are not necessarily like interfering with rational decisions. Actually, we do need emotion to reason logically in a number of contexts. So we provided a lot of evidence in the lab that, for instance, when you correct reasoning and logical biases, what you actually engage is the emotional parts of the brain. Because like whenever you make like a reasoning or the wrong decision, it provides basically you have a feedback on the decision you just made. And that actually leads you to progressively shift from one behavior to a different behavior. And that actually is grounded on emotions. So there is a need to basically educate also ourselves to complex emotion, not like the type of emotion we always talk about, which is basically like fear, and that's actually a driving factors, or happiness, but that goes beyond that. So Théodule Ribot, which was a French thinker, was talking about like intellectual emotions. And there are two very important intellectual emotions that are regret and belief. And actually, it's a driving factors in our life. So if you take into account how you're going to regret some of the behavior you're going to have, or the relief you have when you do a good behavior, basically, that's a very strong driving factor. And we have plenty of data now in the lab showing that if you anticipate the regrets, if you anticipate the relief, you can actually make better decisions.
Thank you, Gregoire. So we are right on time at the five minute. We've heard quite a bit of, Gregoire's put in the spanner in the wheel, if I might say, the complexity of basically created by a 3-pound mass that we carry between our ears is what I call that brain. And it's not so simple. So education has to embrace that. And I've heard Harriet making a plea for social and emotional learning, and Diane in terms of the whole notion of spirituality, which is religious agnostics, and I totally agree with that. So how do we, if we talk about, is we have a system that is driven by more than 300 years of development that focuses very narrowly in terms of producing an individual. And it seems, I've been reading this novelist from the United Kingdom, if I get his name right, Kazuo Ishikawa. Don't Leave Me Behind. And he talks about a society where we actually breed people to be organ developers. That's all they've been brought into the world. And I sometimes figure whether our education system is similar. In a sense, it's just breeding us to be production units in this huge factory. And so how do we break this cycle? How do we go from an education for human capital seen purely in a narrow terms of productivity towards human flourishing, where education becomes a constitutive element of one's own flourishing? Give me a few insights on the practicality, not in this broad terms that we need to do this and this is what we know, all that we all agree. How do we do it practically in a system which is resistant? Now, in the earlier session, Stanley Arthur from University of Washington said, we all individually want this change, but when we become collective in a system, we don't. So there's a dichotomy there. And in fact, sometimes we are completely orthogonal. So understanding this dichotomy between the individual want for change and the collective want for stability and not rock the boat, how do we perturb? I wouldn't even want to use the word perturb. How do we shake this system, which has, I think, one of the most resilient system in the negative way when I talk about resilient here, that we haven't been able to change. So I want to, Harriet, a couple of words of wisdom. Don't feel that this is the end because it follows up into the second. I'm kind of leading up to the second.
How many minutes have I got?
Oh, you got about maybe 30 seconds to 40 seconds.
Okay, so I think it's very important we first contextualize, place schools or education institutions, whatever we're talking about, in a historical socioeconomic context, so that we better recognize how they're working and don't put all the pressure on them to answer the world's problems. And I think that's been one of the problems that we've had here. I think there's lots of ways in which we can make progress, from working more with the language of sustainable well-being, making pedagogy more personally relevant, what was talked about this morning, morning, financial and power literacy, systems thinking, working with those already working in the field. Now, that whether that be people better conclude into indigenous knowledges or just critical social justice pedagogies.
So I'm going to intervene by sort of saying what you're basically saying is, and I would have asked you this question is, have we really messed up by bringing in education for sustainable development, global citizenship education, education for peace? And I think it goes rambling on rather than sort of saying education for human flourishing, and all has to be, and it has to be relevant in terms of the problems that society face. But that's a point I will come back in the second question. Gregoire, very quickly. 20 seconds.
Well, quickly, first of all, we acknowledge that dilution of responsibility is a very strong human bias, and we make people aware of that. It's like collectively, when we gather together, we tend to think that the other one is responsible for what happens. So first of all, we make that very clear. Second of all, if we really want to shake things up, we bring in data. So what I really acknowledge is providing data that actually this is a better system and that works actually best for our economic system, but also for the well-being of people. If we can bring that on, if we can measure it, if we can provide that to the policymakers, things will change.
Evidence, science, and data. Diane, very quick. I've actually, the timer has gone 0, but I'm going to still give you 40 seconds because I can pick it up later.
I think we need to bring Mother Earth into the classroom. That's the only way that things are going to change. And there's so many places in the world with Indigenous nations where wise practices are being performed in education, whether it's early learning right through to graduate degrees. We need to look at those wise practices and we need to scale them up and emulate them in the world. Thanks, Anne.
Which means forming the relationship between humans and nature as part of, as not part, but as the role of education. And so in a sense of human flourishing, because that's what we are in. Okay. Can I ask organizers to put poll 2? What is the biggest barrier in our present education system when it comes to building a symbiote? So we already have all the stuff, the good stuff. That Harriet has brought up, that Diane has brought up, as Gregoire has said. What is the biggest barrier? The pedagogy, curriculum, or the system, the educational system? People, please go and click which one of the 3. It's a trick question, people. Remember, I'm a victim of this education system. So that's what I always wondered why teachers, lecturers sort of say it's a trick question. Why are you trying to trick me? I thought you wanted me to learn. Okay, let's see what the polls say. All right. Seems that quite a few are caught up with pedagogy. And then the educational system, of course, just inched forward with the 60%. The reason I call it trick is that the system then defines the pedagogy and the curriculum, doesn't it? In most places, and they talk about context and stuff. So great on the educational system. So let's go into. I want to talk about ESD, and then we saw. UNESCO defines ESD as broadly as education that empowers learners to take informed decisions and responsible actions for environmental integrity, economic viability, and a just society for present and future generations. Wow, you can't find fault with that. The only problem is you got so much of conflicting issues there. It's not a world that is going to produce. You got to give one versus. We live in a world of trade-offs. I hope everybody agrees that. And because we live in a finite planet, it's like a cake. You take a bigger piece, there's less for somebody else. So the whole thing about social justice and so forth and so on. So I want to get from each one of you, and based on what you have been talking about in terms of Greg, what are the heuristic biases? What are the practical things that we can do? So more time to go into more detail. Diane, in terms of the spirituality, maybe the notion of contemplative practices and the whole notion of relevance. How do we take away a subject of maths and science at a later by bringing in the issues, and then maths is being taught through those issues rather than teaching maths and science as a subject by itself. I think that's how you learn that if you want to learn climate change, you need to know maths, and so you teach maths through the notion of relevance to oneself. And Harriet, the guide to teachers. They can be the greatest catalyst, but then on the other hand, they can be the greatest barriers as well. And especially now with technology coming in with the pandemic, the whole talk about technology, the notion of artificial intelligence, helping with individualized learning for the learners, because at the end of the day, it's the learner's well-being that should be at the utmost importance for the education system. So let me start with Diane. You got Diane, you got about 5 minutes, 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Let's go for that.
Alrighty. What I picked up from your question was relevance. And, when we talk about how do we change the education system, I'm going to just assert to you that the young people of the world are going to change the education system because it is so outmoded as to the way that we want to live in the world. And I would say from the view of our prophecies that are thousands of years old, and more recently among the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, over 300 years old, talk to us about exactly the time that we live in now. And we've been warned about all of those issues that we now deal with. So what is the relevance? What is the relevance of education within this time period? It doesn't matter what you're teaching in the world, that Indigenous knowledge systems are complex knowledge systems. They are tied to source knowledge. And what I want to say with source knowledge is this, that when the Creator made the world, he gave Indigenous peoples a gift. The gift is the earth, and the gift is spirit and vision. He gave to the white people the gift of mind, the gift of fire, to the black people the gift of water and physical healing, and to the yellow people the gift of air and emotions. So when you start to put all of those things together, and we say as a human family, how are we going to make education relevant today? The way that you do that is to understand what you're bringing to the table. What is it that you're bringing to the table? And the bottom line for us all is that we have to fall in love with creation. Where's your traditional teachings about creation? Where's your original stories of what creation is? Our stories as Indigenous peoples throughout the world are still with us because of an oral tradition. When we talk about knowledge, we talk about it being tied to source. The source for our knowledge is the ability for Indigenous peoples of the world to connect to, in whatever word we want to say, Creator, God, the great mystery. Connect to the great mystery and ask questions, receive answers. That's where our knowledge is tied to. It is infallible because of that process. All of our ceremonies are geared towards that, to understand how to live in the world, how to respect the world. The world itself, some places of the world have forgotten about that, and it's not part of education anymore. We're not recognizing the spirit of the child. And so in order to make education relevant today, we have to acknowledge the spirit of children. And so you have Greta Thunberg, you have, in our area, Autumn Peltier. Those young people are reminding us of those original instructions on how to be human beings in the world and how to fall in love with creation.
So in a way, I think what you're advocating is how to be at peace in many cultures and societies is peace within yourself, peace with the others, and peace with nature. But those things don't come automatic. And in the old days, it was through experience and you lived the life. But we have now gone to a very industrialized, where we have distracted from that, even in the sense, peace within ourselves. So I think that's something that education systems now have to take on in the sense of providing the kind of, and I think, Harriet, I'm going to lead on to you, the social and emotional learning. how, from your experiences, and how can we inculcate those kind of competencies through the social emotional learning, but linking the emotions and the cognition. What I've learned from dealing with a lot of the neuroscientists and stuff is a whole brain approach, because at the end of the day, it's not the left brain, the right brain, but it's about the neural networks that are created across the different parts of the brain. And then Gregor will talk a little bit about the whole notion of the brain.
Okay, I think you've thrown sort of 2 or 3 slightly different questions at me, so that I'll start with the context that the teachers are working with, but that being quite crucial, I think, and schools and educationalists, and whether or whatever level of education we're talking about, and I think this complex context, which has this contrast between sort of 6th extinction predictions and juxtapose the 2nd renaissance and human capabilities. And this is in danger of making everything seem overwhelming, and you lead to sort of brain fog and brain freeze. And I believe social emotional learning is a good place to start to get our way out of there. But being aware of those power relations within schools too, the hierarchies of knowledge, a lot of what we're talking about is values and what people value. And often that question you raised earlier about what we call this matter, if you like. Do we call it ESD? Do we call it global citizenship? And does it make it more complex, or does it help? And in some ways, it's just a question of semantics. In the other ways, it's a great way of recognizing what our particular agendas are, what our instrumentalist agendas are, and we all have them, and what our values are. And recognizing that there are others, and it also helps us recognize what's deemed important and what isn't. So take ESD. There's been lots of talk about climate change, less arguably about biodiversity, which is what we're coming up with today. And why is that? It's because there's power relations here, and there's systematic things in place. So what I would like to do, see much more of, is a greater diversity of people in the room, if you like, creating the educational programs and projects, working in collaboration with educators and teachers and young people, crucially, and bringing in more neuroscience into that room, I think is vital. We know much more than we did before, and we need to know more, and we need to collaborate more. Environmental scientists, sociologists of education, and psychologists of education also, because particularly sociologists of education, and I'm a bit biased because that's what I am, but where it's a normal thing to analyze a research or a system based on power relations. That's how we go into it, and it's so vital here. And bringing in Indigenous knowledge, better understanding of that too, which the field of development education has gotten better at through a more critical pedagogy. And historians too, to recognise the important context in which everyone is working and the power relations in place there too. Because, we don't want the reinvention of the wheel. We want to move forward, but we can only move forward by better understanding the context in which everyone's working too. To pretend it's not there is unhelpful as well. So, there's just so much, but to get all these people into the room, including lots and lots of young people's voices, because there's really interesting research coming out on young people's perspectives. And I think it was Stanley this morning talking about asking students how they feel rather than what they think about some of this is vital, because that's that connection. Why do they feel connected, and why don't they feel connected, and what does it matter? And it matters because it may bridge that empathy gap, and it may move us forward in a different way. And the really interesting, I know I'm going over time, but some of this research evidence is how there's shifts and changes as children get older in terms of what they believe and don't believe, and how difficult it is to change the mindset as they get older, and that they're more open to action and change and transformative behavior when they're younger.
So one of the biggest learning lessons or documentaries that I've seen recently, I'm not sure whether it was on Netflix or one of the others, and it won, I think, an Oscar. The Octopus, My Teacher. and the notion that how it actually has feelings changed my whole perspective, and it was, but it also made me understand the cycle of life, and where at the end, when it was already nearing its life end, it came out and had the predator take it as it was. I felt very, I was deeply moved by it, and many of my colleagues, if you know them, they will say this guy doesn't have tears or cries, but it actually, I found myself tearing here. I was thinking whether this is just mirror neurons working or something else at work, but but also to understand that everything has these feelings, and that comes back to Diane's notion of the relationship with nature as well. But also to understand of the web of life in terms of death and harvesting as well. Gregoire, unpacking that 3-pound mass.
Well, I think that's the key. I mean, we have like 3 problems. First one is the educational system by itself. What are the goals of the educational system? Like if you take like a country like France, the goal of our educational system is learning to count, read, and to respect others. But there is no whatsoever goals related to sustainable development. That's a very strong mistake, or not any of the goals related to social emotional learning. So that's very important for an educational system to set goals that are actually driving toward like something that it will achieve basically human flourishing. So that's one thing, and then I can talk about it because that's my educational system. Second of all is like training teachers about the brain, basically, of their students. I mean, they know nothing about the brain of their students. Whenever children learn something, I mean, I'm sorry to say that what they're using is their brain within a body, but that's what you're training in your classroom brains, basically. And it's like inconceivable that you will be like a doctor not knowing how the body works. How is it possible that you basically teach without knowing how the brain works? It makes no sense, like not any. And there's no initial training related to that. There is no like continuous training related to that. And that's I think one of the biggest mistakes. Well, and then there is the teacher, like there's the pupils by itself, like the children, like there is no space whatsoever, at least in our curricula, to talk about the brain. Like, and it should be taught like in preschoolers, and then again in elementary school, and then again like at the middle schools and in high schools. Like we need to unpack this thing that is within our head, and it is so important for all kind of learning, including social emotional learning, including the way we relate to nature. All of that is driven by our brain. Our brain regulates all the other functions in our body. So it makes no sense, basically. So we need to change the curricula. And if we want to achieve like sustainability, we also need to teach the brain. I'm not saying that we shouldn't teach about what, for instance, how do you understand like exponential curves and how you learn how to do math, because that's also understanding, like important to understand like pollution, how like a number of issues related to sustainability, but we need to teach about the brain, and that's very early on. In France, you start to teach about the brain at 14 years of age. Again, this makes no sense. I mean, this is make any sense. So we really need to check that up. We need to include that within the curricula, and we need also to teach, we were saying about sociology, about psychology. Those should be actually the cornerstone of our educational system. And if you don't understand that we're living in the 21st century and you're still applying and you're still teaching as we were teaching in the 18th century, I mean, obviously there is an issue here. And it's time to really shake things up.
So from what I hear, I think fragmenting the system, as we have done over the last 40 to 50 years, starting off with the traditional system of focusing on literacy and numeracy, and believe it or not, that's what goes into computation of human capital, which goes into the GDP computation, is to, and then we had the environment movement. So then we said, oh, we need to have an education for sustainable development, which focus on environment, where sustainable development follows more than just the environment. It's about the social and the environmental system. I don't consider the economic system as separate, because the economic is a subset of social systems, and we have to understand. So if you're looking at education, then it needs a total reform, and not these ad hoc things of ESD or GC, global citizenship, or education for peace, but is to produce this whole person. Whereas if you talk about this whole interplay between the emotions and the cognition, which means learning to know is also important, learning to do is also important, learning to be is also important, learning to live together is also important. But in addition, learning to live with nature is also very important. I'm referring to the Delors report, which I was very critical at the first, but when I started reading it, it became more and more, it was rich. Unfortunate is that it did not offer a blueprint of how to implement it. I think the problem here is we have an implementation problem. We have all the ideas out there. We know, and we have, and this is like what Stanley says, individually, we know what we should be doing. Individually, we want this change. But when it comes into a collective, and when the system comes into place, we get stuck. How do you change this? Will we, by having social and emotional learning, through the whole notion of mindfulness in terms of emotion regulation, attention regulation, and then focusing on empathy and compassion, will that eventually over time change the system? I think this is not a quick fix. I don't think we should be looking for quick fix, but we should be looking at least for the next 50 years and start working on that. And evidence and data. So I want to get your feedback on that. Each one of you, maybe about 80 seconds, just a quick feedback. Do we need to have an overall holistic education where ESD, GCD, math, science, philosophy is all integrated such that they all rely on each other and see the interconnections of why mathematics is important, why language is important, why history is important, as well as in the nature of sustainability and peace and so forth and so on. Diane, can I have a quick thoughts from that before I know it's very short. If you can do it in 20, 30 seconds, I know this is impossible, but I want to have a Q&A with the audience.
I really believe that we need an overhaul of the entire system. We need a systems mapping, and we need to talk about the whole human being. We talked about social, emotional, the mind. We need to talk about how spirituality fits into the system at its highest value of what are the ethics that bind us together as a human family. And we need to bring Mother Earth into the classroom, and the classroom needs to go out to Mother Earth. There's just no other way that you can talk about any of these activities and goals being fulfilled in four walls in front of technology. You have to be out on the land to be able to feel it. And the prophecies of our people all talk about these young people being born to us today with all the gifts of the ancestors, and you can see it. You can see it in your own children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. It's there. So what are we going to do to engender all of their gifts in the world?
So experiential learning with nature as a way to really integrate sustainability, and not through just technology and books and so forth and so on. Experiential learning as well as experimental learning. Okay, we got two keywords there. Harriet?
I think we need to, purpose of education, what is education for? How do we learn? How do we learn? What do we know more about how we learn? So the neuroscience, and concepts like sustainable well-being, which bridge and bring together the human beings and the nature thing. There's lots there. I'll stop there.
So in terms of understanding the whole learning process, which I think goes next to Gregoire, your wisdom.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think I agree with you. It should be like a holistic approach, and it should be about math. It should be about like literacy, numeracy. It should be all tying up together for the purpose of education. What should be the purpose of education? And we should like collectively decide what is the purpose of education. And I think that will change a lot of things. And the second thing is like really providing very explicitly the tools that we need to learn, learn to think, learn to do, learn to experience, learn to feel emotions, learn to be related to nature. And that's something we don't do. It's usually those are the implicit of our educational system. Well, it needs to be our explicit, basically what we teach explicitly.
Okay, thank you very much. So the Q&A, I've got a couple of questions here that have come up. There's one which is very, very basic. What is emotional intelligence? But I'm not going to ask each one of you on that. I want to have the broader, and in the process, maybe Gregoire, you can talk about a little bit what that means. How could the natural world and the local environment in every school district, and Diane, this is right up your alley, to improve education for sustainable development and emotional intelligence?
I love that question. So we have some models here in Canada that I'll tell you about. Early learning model called Planting Seeds of Hope, and bringing children to the land with their parents, and the children decide what that land is going to be used for. So they have nut groves. Their parents supported them to put in 6,500 trees. They learned about a wetland and all the things that need to live in that wetland, and then it's tied to a UNESCO program called ANIA, A-N-I-A, out of Lima, Peru. They bring the natural world into a 28 million person city in Lima, and they work right through South America. They have brought the natural world into the classroom, and they work with tribal nations throughout South America. So we have at Soul of the Mother, which is in Canada, a ceremonial site in which Indigenous ceremonies are taught in general principles to society as a whole. Those kinds of pieces need to be scaled up. They need to be supported throughout the education system, because the nature of the child is spiritual. The nature of the child we have to activate their spiritual gifts so that they can stand strong in the world.
All right. In many ways, I think you're advocating, and I know you react and say no, but trying to connect people and across the world, it's extremely expensive, and technology can provide that. I'm not sort of advocating that we completely move towards a technology-based education system, but in terms of connecting people without having those carbon emission footprints of travel, I think in understanding nature, let's say the Amazon, and somebody somewhere in New York, how and looking at how the interactions of the local indigenous communities with the Amazon ecosystem. Of course, we should bring in also the timber lords as well, because we need to understand, why do they cut trees? Why do they think that that's the only important thing? Because that's where the empathy comes in, isn't it? Learning how to listen to each other, learning to learn their perspectives, and then hopefully they will learn from each other, and we move on to a sustainability trajectory. The only problem I'm trying to struggle here with is with this kind of education, where do I learn quantum physics? I want to put that at the back of the mind, because that's important, because I've always wanted to go into space. I'm always a Trekkie, and I've always wanted to feel that we can go beyond the stars, go where no one has gone before, which means we need to go into quantum physics. But how do we do that if we are completely caught into the local with the nature? Of course, people say, understand your own planet before moving to others. But but that's what we are. We are looking for the new exploration. So I want to put that in the back of the mind. If you have a solution of how to blend the two.
Can I answer that? Can I answer that right now? You know, when you look at ancient indigenous knowledge systems, it's not that they're ancient, they have application for today. There's a book called Blackfoot Physics that talks exactly about quantum physics within an indigenous knowledge system. You start to see where things are harmonized. It's not one or the other. You can't, you know, the assumption that you can't learn sciences if you learn indigenous wisdom traditions, ludicrous. Those indigenous wisdom traditions are harmonious with modern science. The study of the brain, the study of the emotions, the study of the heart, you know, it's all there, but we have not yet put them together, and we need to do that.
So that's where I was hoping you would go there, and that's where we should sort of say, not try to compartmentalize into engineers. It's about the human flourishing, the human learning process as a constitutive element of our well-being. Harriet?
I love human flourishing. I think we could get that more in there. For me, it's about a multi-pronged approach, and actually your space desires, I share them. I think from looking at experiencing the familiar and experiencing difference in a multisensorial way is vital. So we've got lots of projects that work outdoor classroom learning, working in a local community. That is vital. It is multisensorial. We also have things like Lifter, which is about bringing other human beings into the classroom digitally, but also we have wonderful opportunities to thinking about the future and futures education, imagining communities on the moon, which is very much being done by people around the world right now in real life. And that then can help us better understand the complexity of systems in which we are a part, and help us traverse that local and global, but that the more abstract and the more inaccessible, and that which is on our doorstep, through this language of empathy or whatever it is, that the term that we're going to be working with more. But I think recognizing the context and recognizing the systems in which we are all a part is vital, but also from a learning theory point of view, doing that in a meaningful way has to have a human connection. So bringing in your physics is vital, but it lost me when I was at school because it was taught in a very abstract way. But for my brother, it was very real because he could apply it, and he has gone on to in the rest of his life. So it is about that sort of a good understanding of how we learn again, and keeping up to date with research, and bringing in young people as well so that we make it meaningful.
So you bring in the notion of relevance and learning. In a sense, you learn much more and you enjoy learning it when you see the relevance of it in terms of the problems that you face or the world is facing. It would have been wonderful to be introduced to maths through climate change. Or through climate. And it can, right from the very, very basics of adding, right up to differential calculus. And so it would have been much more fun, wouldn't it, Catherine, instead of just doing calculus for the sake of calculus, and you're not realizing what you're doing it for. Grégoire.
Well, the first remark is that it's great that you want to go to the moon and you want to explore space, but I
want to go beyond the moon.
I know that. I know you. Well, I'm just going to remind you that the biggest unexplored territory is within your head, basically, is the brain. It's the most complex system that you can think of, way more complex than actually the universe. It's still, we don't know much about it. So I think it's something we should really invest a bit of time and, and resources, and because that allows you to travel to the moon if you want, or beyond the moon. That's the first thing. The second thing, and I totally agree with all of you guys, is just that there is no direct opposition between being interested by the real issues and learning quantum physics. For instance, I never understand why it was important to know how to basically depict an exponential curve. Now I start to understand it very deeply due to the pandemic and crisis. I mean, and it's obvious that most of the people, at least in the French government, don't understand how an exponential curve works, because in the first few weeks, they always say, well, there is no change. Well, and suddenly, after a couple of weeks, the change occurs, and it's impossible to basically deal with it. So I think we really need to make a strong focus on the fact that it's not because you learn math, because you learn to read, that it's contrary to the purpose of education that might be human flourishing. Actually, you need those, but you need to explicit why it is important for human flourishing. I mean, again, being explicit in the goal of education, not only for the policymakers, but also for the students themselves. And that's a key. If you want to motivate people, they need to understand why they learn math, why they learn to read. We never do that, at least not with primary school students. Is anyone telling them why they need to learn to read? I don't think so. But I put a penny on it. If you explain why and how, you're going to see literacy increase, the level of literacy increase.
Gregoire, I want to pose this question to you, but the others are more than happy. But Victoria Lechenmeyer has been persistent, and she's saying, "What is emotional intelligence?"
Well, good question. I don't know. No, I mean, I'm kidding. It's basically, I mean, I wouldn't talk about it in terms of intelligence, because intelligence is a very complex term, and that relates to, I think if you ask 10 psychologists, you're going to have 10 different response. But it's more like the idea that emotion needs to be understood, they need to be recognized, and you need to be able to regulate some of those emotions. And that deals within the broader field of social emotional skills. And I think that's also an important point of our educational system. It's to put the focus on those skills and not only on the cognitive skills.
Yeah. And I would recommend for Victoria to have a look at Daniel Goleman's for a simple. And then, of course, if you want to more technical definitions, and of course the criticisms of using that term as well, as always should be. Now, I want to, if you're coming, we got 50 seconds. I wanted to really hit this notion of, you were saying, evidence, data, and science. Many people in education tend to kind of shy when you say science. Diane, I think even in the indigenous knowledges and the tradition, science has always played a big role. And even my limited knowledge of the Indian philosophical system, the Vedas, and so put a lot of emphasis on dialogic in the education system, the debate, and the whole notion also of science and logic as well. I don't think emotions was mentioned here explicitly, but I think they recognize that as important, because contemplative practices were very important at that point, at that time as well. And I do agree that in terms of spirituality, is agnostic, as His Holiness Dalai Lama always talked about secular ethics, where it is not related with religion, but it is something that is common to humankind. Irrespective of race, gender, and so forth. Now, I have got into your time, so can you please, in 1 minute, tell me one take-home message, each one of you, starting with Gregoire.
Well, I'm going to be maybe a little bit faster than that, but just we need to teach, if we want to be teaching sustainable development, we need to teach human nature, and that's the key. We cannot think about the relationship to nature without having a very strong understanding of human nature. So that's my take-home message. And then, of course, understanding of human nature is an understanding of the brain.
So can I revise it in a negotiation field, that instead of saying education stuff, it's education itself needs to understand human nature. So it's broadened. Instead of compartmentalizing it in a sense, because it is relationship. And I'll talk a little bit about what we have talked about. Diane, very quickly.
I would say that if we seek out Indigenous knowledge and wisdom traditions from Indigenous people living all over the world, we need to think about how we're going to cultivate that spiritual nature of the child, and seed a new generation of human beings with a good mind of reason, ethics of the heart, teaching them how to speak that language of spirit in the natural world and connect to spiritual power for guidance. That would be my message. Thanks.
So to catch them when empathy is part of their natural system before the system itself corrupts it. Thank you very much. Harriet?
Thank you.
I think I'm just going to go for a load of words. So better recognizing the importance of empathy, belonging and connection, and seeing that more within educational discourse, systems thinking, sustainable well-being. In answer to someone's question, yes, I do believe it's got a holistic framework. Finland have used it in one of the core concepts underpinning their curriculum, and economics and power literacy, and a critical social justice pedagogy. I'm just throwing those words out there because I do believe that there's lots of fantastic stuff that is being done, and it's about connecting people who are working in this way, in these fields, perhaps in an isolated or separated way, and bringing them more together.
Thank you very much. I just want to finish off by just saying that the Institute has taken on this ambitious initiative called the International Science and Evidence-Based Assessment on Education. It's called IC, and it's put together in terms of bringing the science that we have and the evidence, if we have, and also alerting to us how much of there is no evidence, and we need to start really doing this seriously. Thank you very much, all of you, for taking the time to be with us today, and I hope the audience enjoyed this as much as I did. Thank you. Bye.
I think we can start.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Welcome you all to the session 8.5, Technological Advancement. How can education integrate technology for sustainable future? This is concurrent session of the UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Luthai Jongtalit. I am the Senior Director of Curriculum and Learning Media Development Division, National Science and Technology Development Agency in Thailand. I am in charge of teacher training, developing STEM education, and I am a student writer also. In order to have this session, I would like to ask the audience first question that should now be coming up. Education needs to foster technological advancement for a more sustainable and just world. How well do you think education is doing this at the moment? A, very well. B, good. C, so-so. D, poorly. And E, very poorly. Yeah. Could you please answer this question? Thank you very much. Yeah. Now many people have a comment so-so and poorly. Thank you very much. Very interesting to get your feedback. Thank you. And today it's my honor to be the moderator of this session. To explore the idea, this session will explore the idea how education can bring about transformative action with specific focus on a thematic area, the technological future. So today, we would like to explore first, what technology is needed for sustainable development? What role education should play in the age of technology, and how to make use the right type of technology to further promote ESD. Let's take a look at the result of the poll. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Many people think education is doing so-so at the moment, and poorly and very poorly. Yeah. Now we move on to invite our distinguished speaker. Today we have 6 distinguished speakers with us today, which help us explore this question. Mr. Fanso Faraday, Miss Carol O'Donnell, Mr. George Cisis, Miss Fortune Salmodina, Miss Ines Bott, and Miss Mary Chikunovo. And now we still show the poll. And during the session, could you please use the Q&A function on Zoom to raise your question? We will select and address as much as questions as possible in the panel discussion. Thank you in advance for your participation, giving your kind comment and interesting questions. And now we move to the keynote speech. First, I would like to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Professor Fanso Faraday, who will give a short input speech on key issues and trends related to technology for a sustainable future. Professor Dr. Fanso Faraday is the president of African Engineering Education Association, University of Lagos, Nigeria. He has wonderful experience on ESD, on the community and global engineering education. He is also a long-standing member and contributor of International Federation of Engineering Education Society, as well as a member of the UNESCO Engineering Report Advisory Board. Professor Faraday, so welcome you, and the floor is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are listening to me around the globe. Thank you, Madam Moderator. I thank the organizer of UNESCO World Conference on Education for Sustainable Development for inviting me to speak at this conference. The title of my paper is Technology for Sustainable Future, with a focus on trends and issues. By way of introduction, technology is any application that is engineered by using science to solve a problem within society. Technological innovation and invention are used to develop different technologies to meet the need of the society. Technology has evolved over time, creating both positive and negative impacts on the society at large. The trends and issues concerning the evolution of technology will be discussed briefly under the following headings: agriculture, housing, infrastructure, transportation, education sector, population increase, economic growth, and lifestyle. Next slide. Next slide. In the past, agricultural activities were carried out with the use of ancient farming system. Technology has made possible the use of machines and other technological systems, including robots, to replace the ancient farming tools. Application of fertilizer to agricultural land to increase crop yields is made possible by the use of technology, as well as irrigation, which has also made it possible to farm in desert area. The issues associated with agriculture are deforestation, which has put natural ecosystem in danger, created threat to biodiversity, and caused climate change. Not all chemical compounds contained in fertilizer are absorbed by plants. The rest remains to denigrate the soil. Some irrigation water contain various salts which are deposited in the soil structure as the water evaporates. And over time, the years, this salt content in the soil becomes up build up until it reaches the level that becomes objectionable to the plants. Next slide, please. Housing. In the ancient day, people lived in huts, mud, and unhygienic thatched roof houses. Technology has made it possible to develop different building materials like cement, iron rod, glass, etc., and sourcing naturally available building components. For example, sand, granite, gravel, tiles, and timbers. Construction of state-of-art building with all necessary comfort. Technology has also made it possible to make. Technology has also made it possible for this to happen. The construction of houses and the development of urban centers cause deforestation. The use of manufactured material produced in the industry for housing promotes industrial pollution. Industrial pollution in the form of poisonous fumes, which cause health hazard to human and other animal species. Workers in metal smelting factories, especially steel mills, are subjected to high degree of thermal pollution. Construction noise pollution from piling driving and construction equipment cause irritation and inconveniences and cause temporary or permanent deafness, depending on the duration of this exposure. Next slide. Communication. In the olden days, it used to take months to send letters from one end of the globe to the other. The advent of technology has made it easier for people to communicate with each other via telegram, teles, and voicemail. Today, message can be seen and received instantly. People do video call via Skype, WhatsApp, Zoom, where communicators see themselves face to face. Technology has also made it possible for people to stay connected globally. Issues with communications are excessive exposure to blue lights from electronic devices and constant exposure to electromotive force can result in chronic illness such as immune deficiency. Advancement in technology has caused cyber insecurity. Hackers hack to people's privacy. Next slide. Next slide. Infrastructure. In the ancient day, people walked on footpaths and connected towns and villages. Later, earth roads were constructed with technology. People started to construct bituminous surface on all adequate surface roads, as well as rigid pavement. With advancement in technologies, highways and bridges, railway lines, airports, water, telecommunication lines, satellite communication, etc., were constructed. Light was first gotten by striking pieces of two stones against each other. Later, light was supplied through local devices, including lanterns. Technology has made it possible to construct electric pole lines and install all necessary equipment for the supply of electricity to the city city. Issues with provision of infrastructure are deforestation, use of industrial and factory products for provision of infrastructure, increase the concentration of carbon dioxide in the air because of industrial pollution. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Education center. In the past, learners need to gather together in classrooms to receive lecture from their teachers. The mode of knowledge dissemination was that of lecturers reading out notes to students, while students sit submissively taking down notes. The pedagogical approach was passive. Today, learning is easier, and the teaching approach is active and student-centered. There are different learning applications online and many educational materials on websites. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught educational institutions to migrate from on-site teaching mode to online teaching mode. Issues with online teaching mode is about excessive exposure to blue light that affects the blue light that affects from electronic device. Constant exposure to electronic force can result in chronic illness such as immune diffusion. Next slide. Next slide. Population increase. The death rate was high in the past, but with the advent of technology, different drugs were produced to cure various ailments. Surgeries are performed remotely. Surgery are performed remotely without opening up patients. Engineers engage in fight against COVID-19 through the use of advanced technologies, which include diagnosis and through-practical medical services, artificial intelligence, robotic, and additive manufacturing. Due to better technologies, people have access to better medication and have prolonged life. The issues are prolonged span has led to increase in population with limited resources. Increase in population creates urban squalor so much that the inner cause of most large cities are potential sources for epidemic. Next slide. Next slide. Economic growth. In the past and until recently, people needed to get to marketplace to make purchase and to travel out before they could export or import goods and services. But with advancement in technology, there are facilities for export and import of goods and services. Technology has made it easier for economy to grow and for companies to do business without any hindrance. Technology innovation in artificial intelligence, robotic, cloud computing, and big data will drive future economic growth. The issue centers around cybercrime and operations of fraudsters. Next slide. Our lifestyle. Next slide. Technology has brought so much comfort to citizenry. We can do shoppings online from comfort of our rooms and have good delivered on our doorstep. Prepared food can also be delivered to us. We can engage in online cooking. There is less personal time. Most time, people are engaged on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Skype, and to the extent of finding no time for what they are going to do and spend precious time doing nothing. In conclusion, technology has positively affected and continue to affect human life by solving problems with every life and creating enabling environment for human habitation. Technology advancement will provide a sustainable future. However, efforts should be made to mitigate the issues arising from each development technology. Thank you, Lord, for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Faraday, for the very informative input. Now we turn to the second part of our session, education response to the challenges, presentation of good practice. As the next speaker, I am pleased to invite Ms. Carol O'Donnell, the Director of Smithsonian Science Education Center. She is an outstanding educator in STEM education and has great experience to develop many STEM education and interesting learning materials. As we know, as Smithsonian is very good museum for learning and inspiring in STEM. Carol is the program committee for the International Dialogue on STEM Education. Carol also co-authored the position paper on STEM education for sustainable development. Carol, you are so welcome. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much. And good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Again, this afternoon I'm going to focus on a project that we call Smithsonian Science for Global Goals. And in this talk, if you could go to the next slide, I'm going to talk about using immersive virtual reality, VR, to teach the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And as the focus of this talk is on technology advancement, I'm going to focus on how educators of students in primary and secondary schools can use virtual reality to enhance the development and teaching of the SDGs. Next slide. So a little bit of background about the Smithsonian Science for Global Goals project. As Rudite mentioned, the Smithsonian Institution is a large complex in the United States in Washington, D.C., that's made up of 19 museums and 9 education centers. As part of our work, we do a lot of outreach across the globe. The Smithsonian Science for Global Goals project is designed to educate youth on the SDGs. As you can see, there are many free curriculum materials that are available to people around the globe that focus on issues such as mosquito-borne diseases, COVID-19, food and food security, biodiversity loss, vaccines, sustainable communities. And as we think about Dr. Faladay's comments that he made about the importance of technology and transportation, in housing and infrastructure, the Smithsonian Science for Global Goals takes the expertise from individuals like Dr. Faladay, and we apply that for youth so that they can better understand these complex issues. For example, housing, infrastructure, transportation are some of the subtopics of the module called Smithsonian Sustainable Communities. Each of these modules is based on a learning framework that is based on UNESCO's work around social outcomes, cognitive outcomes, and behavioral outcomes. We have a framework that uses what we call discover, understand, and act. So discover is where young people examine the global problems through a social, environmental, ethical. We help them to understand the topic by investigating the issue locally and applying it to a global problem. And they use their community as their laboratory. And then they act. We ask students to use their local actions to address the issue in their own community. But what if that issue doesn't exist within their community? That's where technology comes in. Next slide. Next slide. So you think about the fact that what we're trying to do is to engage students from high touch, where they're out in their community investigating the problem locally, to high tech. How do we do that? We use immersive virtual reality. Now, the benefits of using immersive virtual reality is that when combined with hands-on experiences in your own local community, virtual reality can bring students virtually into communities across the globe where the issue is more prevalent. It helps to facilitate collaborative encounters with others that they may never have been able to meet. It helps students understand the perspectives of others by introducing them to experts around the world, to bringing them into communities, whether it's, for example, bringing students to a place where mosquito-borne diseases are more prevalent. It helps students also to counter stereotypes of others. So we're developing students' compassion, their altruism, their empathy. And it also helps to develop long-term changes in students' social emotional learning. Next slide. Now we know that teaching students the science, technology, engineering, and math that underlie the Sustainable Development Goals is not enough. We also have to integrate social emotional learning. And through the use of virtual reality, you can develop students' social emotional learning competencies. We can help them by engaging in greater social awareness, by bringing them into communities where they can understand the perspective of others. We help them to engage in relationship skills where they're now communicating with others through the use of virtual reality. We help them make better decisions by connecting them with communities that may not be local to them. Next slide. And ultimately, what we're helping to do is develop students' sustainability mindsets. So if you could click through, I would appreciate it. There are 4 different things. We want to develop students' empowerment and agency, the belief that personal action can lead to positive change. Second, understanding the different perspectives and context for knowledge. So if we use virtual reality, we can bring students into new contexts that may not be locally applicable to them. We also want to help students build their equity and justice by developing respect for self, others, ethics, and multiple environments. And finally, by using virtual reality, we're able to help students understand how to connect what happens in their local community with what happens globally in new communities that we've immersed them in through virtual reality. Final slide. So each of these action areas, of course, is helping to engage students in empowering them and mobilizing youth. The last slide has my contact information.
Thank you very much, Carol. Thank you for your sharing this wonderful example. It's very fruitful for inspiring us about STEM activity. Thank you so much. As the next speaker, I am pleased to invite Professor George Cisis. Professor George is the Vice Rector of Toulouse University from France. He is the President of IEEE Industrial Application Society, and he got many awards in advancing technology. George, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Rutai. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever is your time zone. I want to say a few words today about how we can introduce sustainable development in electrical or in general in engineering curricula. Next slide, please. Well, usually when we're speaking about sustainable development, very often we make reference to this well-known Venn diagram. And in fact, sustainable development should be acceptable, equitable, viable, but also needs to be transferable. And this transferability is exactly the role of the education. Click, please. Yes. Well, this is something that, in my opinion, completes this process, but some drawbacks exist, and I wanted to highlight them today. The first is that the definition itself of sustainable development, I will speak to you about that in my next slide, is somehow discouraging for future engineers. Sustainable development is by essence a transdiscipline, but engineering cursus is very often monodiscipline, and this is a problem. And last but not least, engineering cursus, they are designed and constrained by different requirements that may strongly depend and vary from country to country, even from university to university or from engineering school to engineering school. This is also the third problem. Next slide, please. Well, how we can address those issues? In my mind, the first step is think young. And somehow, when you do that, we address the priorities, transforming learning environments, and also empowering and mobilizing young people. And I want here just remind you what Pam Chasek from the International Institute of Sustainable Development told. We have the responsibility to ensure that the students we teach and train, who will be the leaders of tomorrow, and this is very important, have the skills necessary to create just not the future we want, but also the future that we need. And this is the important point. I told you just before that the definition, the general definition of sustainable development, as we can find everywhere, is a little bit constraining. Why? Because the actual definition is shown on my slide. Sustainable development can be defined as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations. And we are addressing the future generations, and they tell us, if we don't like to compromise our future, you don't let us to do anything. In my mind, it's not my redefinition, but it's coming from one of my colleagues here in Toulouse University. Maybe we have to think a little bit different, telling that sustainable development can be defined as development that meets the needs of the present by contributing to the ability of future generations to meet our needs and their needs, of course. And if we do that, then the second action within that step is universities not only should mandatory incorporate sustainable development to their engineering courses, and this is not the case today, but also they give students the opportunity to become actors in sustainable development. And here I have an excellent example that happened in France a few weeks ago. This is the COP2 students at Iliant that took place in Grenoble, and here students from all French universities, they bring together and they discuss about sustainable development in our universities. The first outcomes of this COP2 meeting was the Grenoble's agreement, and also a white book that you can very easily find in the web, with some nice ideas and some clear and sustainable development for teaching sustainable development in our universities. Next slide, please. The second step is to address another priority, which is building capacities of educators. And for that, we needed to establish international collaboration in order to diffuse good ideas from one institution, from one country to another. And this is very important in order to uniformize this our action. And I want just here show you in the next slide two examples from two European founded projects via Erasmus Plus capacity building. One is the LNAB project that allies European countries, is the red dots, and also Indian subcontinent countries, and more especially Nepal and Bhutan. And then you have a second one, the MESFIA, which is also aligned, again, European countries with Southeast Asian countries. Next slide, please, and that will be my last. Well, this is just to show you how we can use such type of projects in order to diffuse the ideas. If I take LNAB, the objective here was to promote energy efficient lighting education in Nepal and Bhutan. And I go immediately to the second paragraph. The idea was to develop energy efficient lighting courses and lighting laboratories to offer the possibility to local authorities to engage an efficient lighting market transformation thanks to local trained young engineers, and also thanks to local national technical capacities. We accelerate such way the local level actions. From the other side, MESFIA is the objective was to establish a new master on energy supply, focusing on isolate areas and islands. And here the main idea was to establish this new degree in order to create job opportunities for native young people, to encourage them not leaving their native islands and remote regions, but stay there and make their knowledge profitable to all of them. As you can see, by using such tools and such projects, they are not huge projects. The funding was in the order of 100,000 euros, less than 1 million euro for the global project, allow really to empower young people, but also advance somehow national policies in some very important domains. I think that was my last slide. just to check. Click, please. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. And of course, if you have questions, we discuss that afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. Your presentation is great and really inspired us about university should not only develop their students in engineer competency, but it must give students the opportunity to become actors in sustainable development. We have good practice from two experts from Smithsonian from good university in France. Now I am excited to introduce the young generation who are aware about the world taking care. Miss Fortune, she is the volunteer and activist about and deforestation by using application. Fortune, now is your floor. You are so welcome.
Hello. Good day, everybody. My name is Fortune Sumadina, and thank you for that welcome. I want to say a huge thank you to UNESCO for hosting this conference. Okay, so Technovation has always been, my first participation was when I was in grade 8. But at that time, I didn't have an interest in it because I felt like with the aspiration of being a medical doctor, nothing outside that field could interest me more. Maybe it would serve as a distraction. But thanks to Odyssey Educational Foundation, where I met my mentor that introduced me to Technovation, she made me realize that even when you aspire to do something, you can develop passions aside what you want to do. So participating in Technovation, the first time we participated, I realized that we had to be in a team, and it was not something that I loved to do. I didn't like being a team because I felt like being a team would make me work more and others to work less. But working in Technovation, I realized that it's not all about that. So this is my 5th year participating in Technovation with my team. And honestly, we've been able to create intelligent solutions to varying world problems from the Sustainable Developmental Goals, varying from climate change to gender equality to good education and good health. So during this seasons, Technovation season, you're required to make a mobile application to address a real world problem. So therefore, things I can do now, I could not do them 5 years ago. I have developed technical skills because we had to make a mobile app. I had to learn me and my team members, how to learn how to make a mobile applications. We had to learn how to code, how to do things like graphics designing. So now we are basic programmers in HTML, CSS, PHP, currently learning C# and JavaScript. So we've also developed entrepreneurial skills. As an aspiring medical doctor, I could say that when I go to the university, they're not going to teach me anything related to business entrepreneurship because it's outside my desired field of study. But participating in Technovation, I have been able to develop myself and my team members too to understand what it's like to own your own business. Now we know how to write business plan, and it's no longer a new thing for us. Thanks to Technovation, we have been able to present our projects to many people in seminars and webinars, making it accessible to investors and sponsors. So because of our participation in Technovation, our problem-solving skills hit the peak. Now, any problem we see, we think of how can we use technology to solve this problem? Because that is the main aim of Technovation, technology and innovation, bringing up new solutions to real-world problems. And it's also encouraging girls that we can also be part of this change. Because in Nigeria, we face this cliche that girls are meant to stay in the kitchen and boys are the ones to be in school. But during my participation in Technovation, I realized that if you educate 1,000 girls and make them and train them up in the technological field, you have brought up 1,000 bright futures. Now our critical thinking skills are also rising. We no longer see a problem and think this is what a normal person, an average person would think of. We think outside the box. We blow the box up away and then we bring up interesting solutions. Our communication skills has also increased. I cannot see myself 5 years ago talking as a panelist in front of over 100 people. And during our Technovation regional events, we would have to pitch our idea to a live audience, over 2,000 people, and then we get judged. So we had to bring up the spirit of talking in front of people and being able to present our idea, communicate our idea so they could understand us and hear us out. I've also met with people, my team members. I didn't know them. I didn't know most of them. So thanks to Technovation, being in a team, I did not just only develop good team spirit, but I have met new people that have the same interest in mind as me. So Technovation hosts incredible programs like the Technovation AI Families. The aim of this program is to gather families to work on artificial intelligence projects and bring up solutions, and at the end they announce the winner. So during this year's Technovation Girls competition, we were asked that we were given extra points if we were solving a problem on climate change and addressing it with artificial intelligence. And my team members and I developed an app to increase deforestation in different areas of our country, because during our research, we realized that Nigeria has the largest global annual reforestation rate, which is 3.5%. So this caused us to ask that why can't we just solve this problem as using Technovation as a medium to address this problem in our community. Now, we no longer see things the way we see them before. Our lives have been affected daily by Technovation. For example, when it comes to climate change, we no longer do things we would do before that are harmful to the earth. We now see trees as important factors of the earth crop. So a huge thank you to Technovation Girls for empowering us. A huge thank you to Odyssey Educational Foundation for also empowering us and making us the girls we are today. Thank you to UNESCO, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fortune, for sharing this excellent example. Your sharing is very inspiring for us. I really appreciate the activity from young generation like you. Now we move on to the panel discussion on the topic on the way forward. The choice is our learning needs and educational approaches to promote the right type of technology for a sustainable future. I would like to invite all of speakers to discuss and start our panel discussion. And I would like to introduce the two additional speakers that will share their insight with us during discussion. The first speaker, Ms. Ines Bott. Ines Bott works at Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Germany. Ines is a cultural and communication scientist. She developed programs with focus on sustainable development and international. Ines works on fostering awareness for the sustainability and new technology. The second speaker, Ms. Mary Chikonovo from Harare Institute of Technology, Zimbabwe. Mary is a lecturer. She has passion about sustainable engineering and applied engineering for sustainability in Zimbabwe. Let me first turn to the audience. What do you think needs to be strengthened related to education so that technology can bring about positive change? A. Policies. B. Curricula. C. Training. D. Research. Please respond to the poll coming up now. Yeah. In the meanwhile, let me start hearing from our panelists. Let me first turn to you, Ines and Mary. I would like to know your thoughts on the following question. You are both networking at Institute of Technology. In your view, how can educational institutions contribute to linking technological progress with sustainability? Why and how can ESD address and solve this challenge? Mary, you first.
Thank you for this opportunity, Rutain. To be honest, we cannot give what we don't have. So first and foremost, there is need for educators to be trained and empowered on education for sustainable development. Then and only then we can start talking about contributions we can make as educators, because we cannot teach what we don't know and don't appreciate. Thus, there is need for assessment of where institutions are in terms of ESD. After that, the educators can now then be able to teach technology with sustainability in mind. In order to capacity build institutions of technology on ESD, workshops and seminars need to be done on technology for sustainability and how it can be incorporated in various courses that are taught in educational institutions. The workshops can start at institutional level and go on national level so that all technology educators can appreciate ESD. At my institution, for example, we are trying to link technology with sustainability by having synergies with the industry and community in trying to teach what is relevant to the community and to the industry. And also to teach our students sustainable work ethics. This will ensure that even after they graduate, sustainability will be ingrained in them and they will be able to use it wisely and in their workplace and in life in general. Thank you, Rutain.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. And to Ines, what about your opinion?
Okay, thank you, Utai. I think the key here is a networked approach and an interdisciplinary thinking, and implementing that into educational approaches in institutions and educational programs that are also taken out to society. So more concretely, I think that when teaching technological sciences, we need to also look at social and cultural aspects of technologies and also historic perspectives. So we need to combine different disciplines in order to come to an understanding of technology. So it is not only about new technological developments and advancements, but it's also about understanding where those developments come from a historic perspective and how they shape our society. And only when students, and when saying students, I mean basically everyone, and especially obviously those who will become the technology developers of the future. But only if students understand the impact of technology and how it influences our individual behavior, but also the behavior of our society as a whole, then we can gear technological advancement to a more sustainable setup of our society and more sustainable results. I also think that the technological advancement and education and technological education needs to build on cooperation, both between disciplines within institutional borders, but also external cooperation. So we need to include, like what Carol mentioned before, we need to involve communities into the learning process so that students can go out and implement what they learn within the educational institutions in their immediate surrounding, and also widen their horizons by perceiving reactions to implementing technologies and perceiving the reactions, individual reactions and reactions of others. And through this change of perspectives and mixing of disciplines, I think we can form education in a more sustainable way. And this is, at the end of the day, this is what shapes education for sustainable development, is this network approach. And I think when education for sustainable development becomes a natural and a stable part of all education levels, then we can achieve a more sustainable development also of our technologies.
Thank you, Ines, and thank you. Let me take a look at the poll result. The audience think we need to stay. Could you please open the result? And what do you think, Carol? What do you think about the result of poll?
Yes, it's interesting because it's clearly curricula is the greatest percentage. And if we're going to have direct impact on what happens within schools, standards that are set by the nation or curriculum materials or curricula in terms of instructional programs that are set, that does drive practice within a classroom. But clearly, curriculum materials alone or curricular standards will not alone change practice. Training and support for professional development or professional learning for teachers, making certain that what we're doing is based on research of good pedagogy. And then, of course, policies will often drive positive change. And so that's probably why we see somewhat of a balance here. But clearly, I do agree that curriculum materials ultimately can scaffold positive learning, whether it's in primary and secondary schools or it's at the college level.
Thank you, Carol. June, how about your opinion about?
Yes, you are speaking to someone who is convinced that curricula is something very, very important for the training of future engineers at any discipline. That is something that I highlight also to my my presentation. However, curricula is not the only thing. I think we have to include in those curricula some degrees of freedom. The idea is, for example, to take the students, give them a project, a virtual project, of course, and left them free to make trials. And if you want to make stupid things, and then come back and show them that your proposal is not good because that, and that, and take into account also the cross-discipline part of the project. I don't care if you are electrical or chemical engineer or I don't know what. You have to understand what is the needs of the social needs and what can be acceptable, what can not be acceptable in such or such society. And there is completely different things that you can do. And ideally is mix students from, I don't know, from US with students from India or with students from Africa and left them with the same project. Once again, making stupid things. This is an active way to teach people. And no need to have an examination at the end. You may have a contest and give them an award, something like that. And this is important. You make them actors.
Thank you, Josh. Let me turn to Mary. Mary, I have one question for you. What is the most important training need that is required to support the development of future and in-service technology developer? How about your opinion? Language engineering programmer for sustainable future.
Thank you once again, Retain. The most important training need, in my opinion, is to make future and in-service technology developers appreciate the importance of sustainability in their various areas of study. In fact, it goes beyond being a guru in one's area of specialization. Instead, it is more a matter of changing the mindsets and attitudes of the technology developers from technology as usual to technology with sustainability in mind. Circular green economy is the way to go for future and in-service developers. This involves teaching them how to eliminate waste and limit environmental damage through efficient smart design, and comprehensive recycling and reuse of material. Not only that, but due to the advancement of Internet of Things, machine learning, big data, etc., green coding can be adopted so as to achieve technology for sustainable development. By green coding, I mean codes are written to produce algorithms that have minimum energy consumption. Also, there should be a heritage-based approach to training so that technologists will learn to rely more on what is locally available to them, at the same time attending to the needs of their generation sustainably without affecting the future generation's capacity to enjoy the resources as well. That being said, sustainable engineering or sustainable technology is not an event, but it's a process which needs determination and massive sponsorship to be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Now we turn to the audience. I have an interesting question from the audience. As a university which is trying to develop knowledge to invest in technology on sustainability, there are certain pathway to follow, and where would be a start point for would be exactly. Faraday, please you give your comment about this question. Can you hear me? Yeah.
His micro is cut.
Could you please open your mic? Yeah. Can you not hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, please. Yeah. Please repeat the question.
Okay.
Repeat the question.
And now, yeah. As a university which is trying to develop knowledge to invest in technology on sustainability, is there a certain pathway to follow, and where would be a starting point for this would be exactly? How about your opinion?
Yes, university generally will need to invest in sustainability, and the concept of sustainability must be understood. In faculties of engineering as a program, we look at STEM. STEM disciplines usually give hard skills. The hard skill will assist the possessor to be able to solve related problems in a sustainable way. But for a technology to promote sustainable development, people, the practitioners, must have they must have competencies in soft skills like critical thinking, creativity, problem solving, teamwork, communication, etc. And therefore, the university, rather than pursuing STEM, will need to look at STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, and invest in this particular discipline to ensure that the students, they come out a good grade and in the related area. Under that dispensation, if they be properly groomed, they be tutored, by the time they get out of the university, they will know that they need to look at projects that is environmental friendly and that will not cause any damage to the environment, and thereby preserving the future for the future comers. Thank you.
Thank you, Faraday. Let me give the floor to George for the following question. If anyone else want to contribute, please feel free to add. how can research and training to be organized in order to raise public awareness about the right kind of technology for a sustainable future?
Yeah. I'm not sure that I got exactly the question, but this is a good question. I think that the way to start is show to students, but also not only to students, to young people, what is the real effect of non-sustainable actions. And then starting from there, give them the example. Doing, for example, some actions on sustainable development inside our university campuses is something very important. And doing that is one point, but associating our students to those actions is a second point. This is for me, the most interesting way to increase awareness. It avoids also to have some, how to say, very close view of what is the real sustainability and the sustainable development. If you stay in your discipline, you may have some ideas, but those ideas may be in contradiction what happened to another discipline. The idea is you need to make disciplines speak among them, and then you will arrive to increase the awareness. I'm not sure that is exactly the question, but I didn't catch everything. I don't know why the network sometimes cutting. Well,
thank you, George. Ines, do you have any comment?
Yes, thank you. I would like to add to that question that you asked before, how we can reach to raise awareness by, in a way, to organize our research and education. And I think it is essential to make research, education, and training an open process between science and society, and to invite the public to also participate into the research process. And by lifting research and education all around research into the public sphere, we offer we have the possibility to raise awareness of urgent topics that research is working on right now, but also that society needs to act on. And on the other hand, scientists have the opportunity to become aware of the needs of society right now and to tackle issues that are of relevance today. And then again, this is how we reach awareness for the use and the necessity of education, because when we see that things that move us today are being dealt with in research, then that increases the motivation to participate in educational programs, and that again helps us to develop our society in a more sustainable and widened horizon way. It is important to design an open discourse between people, science, disciplines, and also obviously different cultures, because depending on where we are in the world and what social surrounding we have, perceptions vary and in immense ways. And it is important that we reach an awareness for that and the different conditions behind people in different surroundings, but also an understanding and a reflection on that. And all that can be done by raising awareness, increasing awareness, and most importantly, also establishing that awareness as an unquestioned process.
Thank you, Ines. Thank you very much, every speaker, Professor Faraday, Carol, George, Fortune, Ines, and for your insightful input. And thank you all to participants who have actively participated in this session. After hearing all this insight, I would like you to answer one final question and ask the audience to please answer to the chat. The question is, what knowledge skills, values, or attitudes are needed for public awareness raising for a right type of technology? Please answer only one word. I will say again, what knowledge, skills, values, or attitudes are needed for public awareness raising for a right type of technology? Please answer only one word. To the chat. Yeah, please you write on the chat. While the audience answer this question, let me summarize our discussion from today. Yeah. Please open the slide, the next slide. Yeah. Could you please open the slide of summary? Yeah. Okay, next slide. I have 3 slides of summary. Trends and issues of technology. As we know, this 21st century technology era getting many benefits from such as house, food and agriculture, transportation, health, education. We have many benefits from technology. But now we should concern about both sides of positive and negative side, such as positive side, increased yield, necessary comfort, communication easier and instantly. The other hand, we have to think of negative side, pollution, toxic garbage, deforestation, illness, climate change, greenhouse effect. So we should to how to seek the right type of technology. What kind of education is needed for promote the right type of technology? Please, next slide, please. This slide show about education has important role to transferable for SD. We should think of people, planet, and profit, and how to immerse education and technology to the next generation for SD. We should think of how to transform learning and environment, incorporate SD into classroom use activity. We let and give students have opportunity to become actors in sustainable development. And we start from SD need or local need, such as energy efficient writing education in Nepal or Bhutan. The next slide, please. So we should think of the global goal for framework of thinking, develop activity. We think of social outcome, cognitive outcome, behavioral outcome. We let students to discover and examine goal problem. We let students to understand their communities, and we think of behavioral outcome by students take action to address the issue in their own community. And the pedagogy of this, we should build students about sustainability mindset, develop social, emotional learning competency. Technology can emerge to improve about efficiency ESD also, such as high tech, high touch and high tech, and how we develop essential skills such as communication skills, social skills, and combine innovation and participatory teaching by public size across various sustainability areas. This is a pedagogy of ESD. Okay, thank you. We have many comments on the chat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comment. Yeah. I open the chat. Yeah. The answer. Yeah. Thank you. Self-reflection. Someone intention, reality, persistent, awareness of digital exclusion. Yeah. Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you very much. And now, thank you, speaker. Thank you, the audience. Thank you for joining. We look forward to seeing you again. Thank you. Bye bye.